$874. For the Navajo Nation Library, which is 109006, theirs is $395,407. For the Tenino Language Immersion Head Start, this was originally 29,878. However, we zeroed this out to $500 for supplies only. So this business unit only has $500 in there. For general fund teacher education under ONSFA, Office of Validation Scholarship Financial Assistance, 109008. This one we also have to zero out. This was a total there was a 2 million assistance plus meeting supplies, and so there's nothing in this one that we haven't proposed for this. 109009 is Office of Municipal Improvement. This is $595,162. Net Youth Administration is 109012. This is $258,692. The Net Youth Chimney Agency 109013. This is $616,673. Business Unit 109014, which is the Net Youth Company Agency. This is $580,946. The next business unit is 109015, which is Office of the Youth Port Defiance Agency. This is $645,028. The Youth Shiprock Agency 109016, $681,909. The Youth to the City Agency 109017, $511,451. Business Unit 109018, which is Property and Navigation, that is $366,853. The Oshers Food Service Vending Program, this one we also have to zero out. This is Business Unit 109020, so this has no money in that business unit. Office of Accountability and Compliance 109023, this is $419,874. 109026, which is the Board of Education. So this one we had originally zeroed it out, but as we started to work the numbers through, there was additional, anytime we found additional money, we put it into this. So we went to zero and we've slowly climbed back to $81,358. This is a new business unit, and I will go ahead and start. This is a 5 million, so this is based on a cash match, and the other Head Start, or this specific Head Start and BU. There's no business unit that's attached to this one. N01536, which is the Net College, they have $4,700,000. So this is not in, well, this year it's in included in Adobe general funds, how because the legislation's unfair. So we went ahead and put this into the money's gonna come into Adobe's general funds, and then it'll be with the next one is N01537, which is Navajo Tech, 4.2 million. 119006, which is Navajo Prep, and that's 15,280. The next one has 4 business units, and these are all for the Ocean Navajo Nation Trust Fund, Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services. This is $513,837. Business unit N0117, which is the Navajo Traditional Apprenticeship Project. There's $176,626. 119020, Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Finance, the grants, this is 3.5 million. Or Department of Youth High School Enrichment, Business Unit 509006, this is $163,000 in that business unit. So those are all the amounts that we have allocated for the 22 business units that are under Department of Education. Very much council meeting to speak about.
Thank you very much for that. So with that, committee members, that will complete our report for Department of Education's budget, and we stand for questioning. Pro Tem Chair.
Oh, yeah, thank you for the report and everything on it. The next update of your budgets. I don't know. We'll go ahead and since we got our sign on legislation, we'll give the gavel back to our chair and the engineers to give you the responsibility.
All right, thank you very much. So on the legislation number 011725 has been updated with additional co-sponsor, which is Honorable Unito, Honorable Cole,
Me until another hour.
and Honorable Helena Nancy Gage. And then we also have co-sponsor Honorable Dr. Nance. And so with that, I will go ahead and take the gavel back and have Honorable. You want to do this co-sponsor? You do. Yeah, okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and have the co-sponsor run legislation 0117-25. And so it is with that, so with that, committee members, there was a motion and a second that was made on this legislation. And we did get the reading of OMB, and OMB does not have any concern at this point with the budget, and they're all corresponding with OMB's number. And then Department of the Net Education did go through each of the departments whole dollar amount. And so with that pertaining to high-speed battery, pertaining to our procedures, we stand for question. The department will go ahead and stand for question with co-sponsor Honorable Dr. Nez and the rest of the committee members. So with that, first question is going to be coming from Honorable Dr. Nez.
Yes. So, and thank you, Department of Education, for preparing the attached budgets here. So, if you can state for the record what the decrease was from your fiscal year 25 to the proposed 26. I understand that there's a significant decrease across the board for a lot of our executive branch, which only allows them to focus a lot on personnel. Of course, we don't want to eliminate any existing positions or proposed positions. But if we can, part of the education will state that for the record. I do have a question for Office of Legislative Counsel. So in the legislation itself, I know that there is not an unmet need for the Johnson and O'Malley program. For many of you out there, online listeners, the Johnson and O'Malley program is a federally funded program. However, in that nation, saw a significant decrease, about 4 million altogether, but particularly with our novel students, it's about a $2 million cut. And so I just been corresponding with the team, and I was going to adopt it as an amendment, but it exists here in their budget. So my question to OLC is, do I need to make an amendment formally, or do we accept it here in the budget form because it exists now under tab 2? So those are my question to Dodie, but also to OLC. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that again. So with that, I'll go ahead and go to legal counsel.
Yeah.
So it's part of exhibit E, correct? The unmet need, children on AI. Yeah. It's missing on exhibit E, so it's on exhibit. It's on exhibit E. If it's on exhibit E, then we're good to go. No amendment.
So that will,
No amendment.
so if that's under exhibit E, so that will not require
Yes.
an amendment. And just for the record, make it known that we do have Chairwoman Honorable Shandy Parrish here for Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, joining us. Thank you. So with that, are there any other follow-up questions, Honorable Dr. Nez?
No, not to us.
Not to our legal counsel. So with that, I will go back to Dodie to answer a question for honorable documents.
Thank you for your question. So, currently this year, our allocation is about 6,810,287. That is minus the indirect cost recovery. So, I don't actually have the number from last year in front of me, but we do know that, the total unmet needs that we had included.
OMB report.
OMB's report.
PowerPoint, the PowerPoint.
Give me 1 second.
We should have, give you the original dollar amount at the bottom. And
Okay, so the original dollar amount for 2025 was 10,482,643, so that's a decrease of about 3 million or something. And J1 is included into the unmet needs budgets.
Thank you again, so that will complete the response. Overall document, you're okay with that? So with that, honorable Toll.
Okay, then, now, members of SC members of for in education. So keep us in that deep, the only concern I have, which is really, let's really concern the age one. Second was again, the status is ongoing. And if I'm in order, I get to, shall I wait until if you have to make some, that's a very concern at that time, or can you do it today? Chair, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, honorable Toll, if your document is ready, it can be addressed here. And that would have to go through legal counsel. I don't know if legal counsel drafted the wording for you. If it's not ready, then you can do it at Mobakia here.
Okay, I don't have my doc, I wasn't here yesterday, so I'll go ahead and work on it. And, he won't hear. They, just, ongoing, but Kaya, just need clarification. How far are you on all of these concerns? That needs to be addressed, they didn't have the screen. If I need to make an amendment, I'll wait to get that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, so you will go ahead and meet with our legal counsel and then work with our legal counsel to get those wording of amendments that will be made to legislative concern. Since it's not ready at the moment, we can address that at level KFU. So with that, Dodie, I'll give you some. Oh wait, let me go back to co-sponsor, honorable Dr. Nang. There were some questions for Dodie.
Yeah, so with that, I'll refer here to the Department of Education for response. Adriana?
Sure, so I believe the status is ongoing, meaning that, if you all remember, we had some issues with the scheduling of when Dodie would come in front of you, and there was a miscommunication on our part for what we were gonna do, and we did come to the committee. And so, these are, all of the legislative concerns that are on here are essentially to report the assessment scores at the end of the quarter to HES. So as far as the ongoing status, that basically indicates that we haven't finished because it's at the end of each quarter. Moving forward, the Q3, we can schedule to get these offices in front of us to provide the response to their assessment reports or performance reports. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, that concludes the response. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Committee members, are there any additional questions, comments regarding legislation 0117-25? Going once, going 2 times, going 3 times? Okay, how do you vote? Honorable Unito? Honorable Cole? Honorable Dr. Nez? Honorable Vice Chair? Honorable Hernandez Gay? With that, we do have 5 in favor. And 0 opposed and chair not voting. Congratulations, and we'll take the necessary steps. I'm going to Budget and Finance Committee. We do plan to submit the committee report to Budget and Finance Committee to have us on the agenda for Tuesday. Next Tuesday, so just prepare yourself for next Tuesday and Wednesday, one of those days.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much and have a good day. So with that, we'll move on to the next legislation. Which is B legislation number 0118-5. Sponsor is Delegate Vince James, and then co-sponsor is Honorable Dr. Nez, Honorable Dr. Toll, Benito, Honorable Hernandez Gay. So with that, sponsors are here. So with that, Shima, if you can read legislation number 0118-25.
Yes, sure. You have your representative, evaluation counselor, less than, Item number is 0118-25, and I raise the services committee that is recommending approving these fiscal year 2036 motion division of human resources and relief plan to be distributed in applications. 2026 legislation 26 comprehensive budget. Legislation does move on to the budget and finance committee.
I don't know.
You have your. Yes. It is filled out, it did it, see activities, the fund type, budget summary, which is filled out. Exhibit B is the general fund third summary, also, it's filled out, exhibit. Recommended allegiance to general fund budgets, and there are, programs listed there, and there are no, indications of, any explanation of recommended, changes. We know is the recommendation with concerns. Also the list of programs and their business unit numbers, but there's no narrative of the legislation concerns or the commission of refrigeration. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet use budget, also filled out. Also, it indicates the program with the unit number and the recommended unmet need at like 2026 general fund budget. Also attaches exhibit F, which is the external funds anticipated, and it has the program titles of the National Office of Vital Records and ID, Department of Child Support Services, and the National Department of Workforce Development, with the amounts of the external funds, the amounts that expected for FY 2025 external funds, and the totals that are communicated. Also, you have attached the transfer letter to the Office of Legislative Council. The legislation has completed its 5-day public comment period, which began on June 10th, 2025. And ended on January 15th, 2025, no public comments were received. Chair.
Thank you very much, Shimon, for that. We're reading legislation number 0118-5. And so with that, committee members will have a motion. Motion made by Honorable Dr. George Toll, second by Honorable Alina Gay. Committee members, we will go ahead and move forward to OMB. OMB for now Commission Division of Human Resource.
The analyst or that division is not here yet. I will give her a call right now.
Okay.
Yate, can you guys hear me?
No problem.
Yes.
Finance,
Oh, OMB Inez?
Yeah, today, this is Eileen Ness of OMB. I'm still in the office updating some other stuff, but I can go ahead and read the budget summary on behalf of Office of Management and Budget. Good morning.
Ms. Nash, we don't have the hard copy here, your report.
Okay. Can I come over now then?
Yeah, because you're up, you're actually up now.
All right, okay. I'm on my way.
Okay, she did. The procedures.
Seems that would be also.
All right, pertaining to our procedures, we have to hear from OMB first before we go to the department. But committee members, just so you are aware, we do have the National Division of Human Resource binder that is before us. And in the binder does have the OMB report. I'm not sure if this is the one that Inez was going to read. Oh. All right, so in my binder, I got one. Wow. Yeah, so is this last week? Oh, so wow, I kept my notes from last week. This is the one we got from last week, okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and do 10 minutes. 10 minutes recess. While we wait for OMB Inez to come in. All right, 10 minutes recess. We'll reconvene at 10:15 a.m. when Inez gets here. Recess.
just some. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go there for They said what I was because they did. And everybody.
I'll be Thursday. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna be seen on the.
Those taxes, I think, everybody was. Yeah, just need to stuff. What's the current amount of
We can go tomorrow, Shade structure. The back wall now. Yeah. Yeah.
Aaron, do you have Benny's latest phone number?
Yeah. So that's it. My concern was 2 weeks ago, and my students are because they're voting salary, my salary. So I guess I'm gonna probably still get my salary. They said you will over there, but.
Making sure that I was
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Candace, yeah. Benny. Is that your name? I have that number saved under Candace Yellow's division. It's just. That's. 505-23366.
Well, thank you for that. We can go through a bunch of everything that's great. Okay, all right, yeah, I just wanna make sure this is a zero. Okay.
Thank you.
What are they saying?
Nine west, and then across behind Spring Road. There's our across the road back. And then it's right on top of both of the pipelines. The natural gas pipeline. So right on top of it, both lines, and then the they said it's gonna take, Kinder Morgan said it won't be okay. But the part that they're afraid of is once it gets to the, like a tow, transwestern pipe. Hey, that's how we. Turn off, shut off.
I'll see you now. I do know, that's right, your chair right there. Oh, my, okay. It's all for kids.
Yeah.
That's a. So she said, sorry, yes. I wonder if they. People don't understand anything like that.
Yeah.
Remember Sherry? Oh, that way.
I want to finish this text.
Registration.
No, no, no.
No registration. You already registered.
No registration. Don't make anything. You're not making anything.
Okay. And we did.
Yeah, no.
10 minutes.
Fifth, or is it already? 10:15, okay. Is she here? She's not even here. So with that, our 10 minutes is up and I'll go back to staff to do a roll call. I don't see Inez here as well, so, but our 10-minute recess is up. We are at 10:16 AM. So with that, staff, roll call.
Mr. Chair, roll call. Coming out of recess at 10:15 AM. Honorable Melina Nesbigay. Honorable Melina Nesbigay is present. Honorable Vincent James.
Delegate Gaines present.
Honorable Vincent James is present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson is present. Honorable Dr. Inez. Honorable George Coe. Honorable Curtis Anita.
Here.
Chair, you have 4 members present. 2 is, within the building. Constitutes a quorum. Including yourself.
Thank you very much. So with that, we do have a quorum. And so with that, I will go back to legislation number 0118-25. And so that is legislation relating to the Health, Education, and Human Service Committee and Budget and Finance Committee. Recommending and approving the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resource and related matters to be included. The Navajo Nation's fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. And so per our procedures, we will need to hear from OMB first. But the staff that is assigned to Division of Human Resource from OMB is not here. So in this case, per our procedures. We do have a motion in a second, do we just table it? Or do we defer, or do we ask? At this point, we can't really do anything, the OMB is not here. The staff, I mean, we do have staff here, but they have other departments and divisions that they oversee. And OMB was well aware that we were only going to do this on this day last week. Plenty of notice. Maybe she's walking, OMB staff, can you guys call her? And if she's walking, maybe you guys can pick her up from wherever she's at. She's right there, see? Yay. I was very concerned, I said, she's probably walking from OMB to here, somebody pick her up for us.
Oh, on that one.
So, Ms. Nez, we're just waiting on you, we did take a 10 minutes recess, we just got back. For a 10 minutes recess, and we were just calling on you. So we're just waiting on you right at the moment. We can't table or we can't do anything else. Okay. How about you?
Tuesday.
Thank you, Chair Parrish, she did bring some donuts as well, thank you for the refreshments there. Yeah, thank you. So now we're receiving the hard copies. From. OMB and from Ms. Nez, we'll go ahead and read. Over the PowerPoint documents pertaining to fiscal year 2026 budget hearing for Division of Human Resource. So with that, Shimon, Ms. Nez, the floor is yours.
That's a, health, education and human resources chairperson, vice chair, and the committee members. And then the staff. I'm gonna go ahead and, you want me to go ahead and read the table of contents? Or did you just want me to go over the third quarter summary report? I think that's the one that we had.
Ms. Nez, just go ahead and go over the information, then just give us brief information on the overall dollar amounts. You don't have to go dollar by dollar.
Okay, okay, table of content A will cover the FY 26 fund target budget summary. And there's their overall budget for there's 11 general funded programs with 3 retirement programs, so the overall FY 25 funds under general funds was $5,582,237. With FY 25 indirect cost $1,239,452. The proposed fiscal year 2026 General funds is $2,655,755. And then FY 26 indirect cost is $1,352,131. And then when we over under FY 26 proprietary funds is $359,000. And then the next column is the judiciary funds, $88,321,406, so grand total of $92,688,292. And then the next one is the column B. FY, this will be the third quarter budget status report, that was what I was working on this morning. So, and this is all the programs, and I'll just read the bottom section, beginning with the original, budget now. 49,739,814. The revised budget is $95,749,892.79. The actual expenditure is $49,819,273.57. The encumbrance is $199,280.93. Available balance is $45,731,338.29. And total percentage used is 52%. And underneath there's a notation, it says the expenditure with asterisk one is 65% or less, or then if it has a double asterisk, the over expenditure by 85% or more. Okay. That completes mine. I'm reading of the budget.
I'll question it, yeah, thank you with that, so with that, I'll go back to co-sponsor on both options.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And also to our division of human resources, thank you for preparing the proposed budget. I can see where all your receipt of it, so I will hand the floor over to you to provide the details of your budget.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair James and Honorable Chair James and Honorable Dr. Nez, for sponsoring our legislation, as well as honorable members of the HES committee. I will give the time over to our budget liaison, Lorraine Tabaha, to go over our budget, folder or binder. Thank you. Okay, good morning, members of the committee, chairperson, vice chair. We have our budget binder prepared. The front is the budget, original base budget by our allocation. Although the back part is the unmet need budget packet, so you do have it in two sections. So the first budget packet we're gonna go to is the 114 Division of 114001 Division of Human Resources Administration. We have general fund allocation 56,336, indirect cost 261,464, for a total of 317,800. And this allocation under part 3, under column B, is enough to cover the salary, but we are short in our admin budget by 19,000 to meet the salary. So that provides a budget for 5 individuals in our Division of Human Resources Administration. And then going to the next tab,
114,003, Navigation Television and Film. That is, general fund, allocation, 351,163, 69% of the total. Indirect cost allocation, 54,274, 11% of the total. Proprietary fund, 105,000 and 21% of the total being 510,437. This business unit has enough to cover the personnel, fringe insurance, and then a few of the line items for operating. They do have an unmet need as well. And they got their proprietary fund, that's what allowed them to have some funding for operating. Going to the next tab, 114,004, Office of Labor Relations. General fund, under part 310,821, 77% of the total. Indirect cost, 94,815, 23% of the total amount, 405,636, which is enough to cover the salaries of 6 employees and fringe benefit as well. We have 2 positions that are on Form 3 that are gonna be back down at entry level due to retirement and promotion. And going to business unit 114,006, staff development and training. General fund, 110,473, 24% of the total. IDC, 151,154, 33% of the total. Proprietary, 200,000, 43% of the total. 461,627, the total for staff development. Under column B, they have enough funds for their salary, for 4 or 5 individuals. And the fringe and insurance, and then, 1 line item under 4,000. They are not asking for an unmet need because their proprietary amount is taking care of the full budget. Going to the next tab, 114,007, Navigation Occupational Safety and Health. General fund, under part 201,575, 65% of the total. IDC, 93,426, 30% of the total. Proprietary fund, 14,000, 5% of the total. 309,001 is 100% of the budget. Under part 3, column B, 295,001 covers the full expense of the total for salary under for 4 people and 4 staff. Fringe benefit and a few line items for operational. You'll also notice that they have a proprietary fund which offsets the amount for operating. They do have a request for unmet need. We'll get to that in a minute. So next, business unit 114,009, Department of Personnel Management. General fund allocation for proposed 26 is 1,365,562, 73% of the total. Indirect costs, 515, 105, 27% of the total. Their overall 100%, 1,880,667. That all covers personnel expenses and for 26 employees. And they also have an unmet need for operational. Next business unit, 114,010, Department of Workforce Development. Part 2, general funds, 117,263 is 100%, 117,263 is the total. Under column B, it covers personnel costs and fringe benefit, but this budget only covers 1 position, which is the department manager. And the 99% of the budget is externally funded. Going to the next page, next tab, 114,018, Office of Backgrounds and Investigation. Part 2, general fund, 142,562 is 39% of total. Indirect cost, 181,893, 50% of the cost.
proprietary fund, 40,000, 11% of the total. Total being 364,400. Under column B, that total amount covers the amount needed for the salaries of 7 employees and as well as the fringe benefit. And they have minimal amount of proprietary in their operational. They are asking for an unmet need. And this concludes the request for the general fund. We also have our proprietary, our fiduciary funds, but that's under budget and finance. And what's provided in here, also the external for vital records and then also child support. Those are for informational purposes only. Thank you, members of the committee.
Okay, so that, thank you. And there was a motion, that was made by Honorable Don Cole. And then second by Honorable Nancy Gay. So with that, let me go back to, our sponsor, Honorable Dr. Ness.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So that concludes the response from Human Resources concerning their budget and stand for any questions or comments or recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, committee members, are there any questions? Or once? Or twice? Or 3 times? How do you vote? Honorable Unito? Green. Honorable Cole? Green. Honorable Dr. Ness? Green. Honorable Vice Chair? Honorable Nancy Gay? Green. So with that, it's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. So with that, congratulations, Division of Human Resource, and we'll move on to Budget and Finance. Yeah. That would be, it's Tuesday or Wednesday, for sure, we're aiming for Tuesday morning. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. So with that, we'll move on to, the next item, which is legislation number 0136-25. We do have a sponsor, which is myself, Delegate Gaines. Co-sponsor Delegate Dr. Neds, Delegate Coles, Delegate Nito, and Delegate Kalina Nance Brigade. With that, Shema, if you can read that into the record.
Thank you, Chair. We're not, you have your proposed resolution to be the County Council for the year 2026, introduced by Council Delegate Sergeant, for your sponsored by Delegate Dr. Andrew Nance. And tracking number 0136-21 and acting on waiting for health education and services committee related to earnings meeting. Recommending and approving the fiscal year 2026 budget for the children and families and adults and the areas to be included in the applications of the target places coverage for the budget. So what's pretty good, we want to have your exhibit A, which is the fund 5 budget summary. And we can give you here. The 6 programs that are exhibit B is the general fund conversion summary. We also have 6 programs that are listed. Exhibit C is the changes in the general fund budget. And the programs are listed, however, there are no communications about explanations or recommendations. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of the contribution and the student concern. Again, the student 6 programs are listed. There's no narratives or any kind of information or things. So that D is the there are 3 programs listed. And indicated the amount, it does indicate the amount of unmet need, also with the explanation of for this budget. Exhibit is the external funds anticipated. There's a list of programs that are operating under this particular division. And you have the amounts for the FY 2025 external funds and the amount budgeted for the FY 2026. We have your faculty transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Council. The legislation was posted for public comment on June 16th, 2025, and the 30-day comment period is June 21st, 2025. There are no public comments received. Mr. Chairperson.
Again, thank you. So with that, I don't see, Division Director, the Thomas Cody here. Roll call, run on the first call for Mr. Thomas Cody. Second call for Mr. Thomas Cody. Third call for any staff, Mr. Tom Cody from Now Nation. Division of Children and Family Service and related matters.
I'm calling you, Mr. Chair.
Don't like this, but I do know that sometimes. It's can recommend it. Yeah. We can just- Thank you. We can have it. Second. Just to send it out.
So that's.
I think that's awesome.
All right, so since I did 3 calls for Division of Children and Family Service, no staff was here, no division director, no administration staff from Division of Children and Family Service is here. They're probably all going crazy with 477. The money that they received, I don't know why they're not here, but committee members, can I ask for a motion to suspend the floor or suspend the 4 rules? To go have legislation number 0137-25 to the end of the agenda. Oh, wait. Yeah, I apologize. Legislation number 0136-25. That's our only option at this point. Or we wait for
You said 5 minutes.
Division of Director.
For 7 minutes.
Do we have now Nation Department of Health here? No? Let's see, or they, I know, budget, there's no fun on, Joe, how about Division of General Service, I see here. I just don't see the division director as well.
Yeah, 3 representatives for insurance programs out of the division.
Okay, alright, so I guess I'll go ahead and call for another recess. For the next 10 minutes, honorable Dr. Ned.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure staff has already do this. I don't know, you have legislative analysts who should be monitoring these. And for myself, I mentioned this last time, you don't paint a good picture for me if you're not here to defend your budget. And that minimizes a lot of information, a lot of advocacy needed on behalf of your programs. And that's just me personally speaking as one delegate. But again, if you can send reminders, this was already issued in a memo, we got the binders ahead of time. So if you can, whoever's here, relay that to your respective individuals who should be here to defend their budget.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It should be.
Ms. Smith,
I just called the Division of Children and Family Services, put Thomas Cody and Brenda is on their way over.
they didn't say how long?
They just said they're on their way.
Give.
Because-
Um,
because we have to move on. And I think that.
5 minutes?
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Vote on it and read and let it go.
Yeah, just do 5.
Alright, 5 minutes. We'll recess for 5 minutes and
We
then,
thought that we were.
we'll reconvene here back here at the. And already, the 5 minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you. What's this about going?
Thank you. So with that, we did take a 5 minutes recess. It is 10:47 a.m. So with that, if I can go back to staff to do roll call.
Mr. Chair,
Members of the Education and Human Services Committee, we are out of recess at 10:47. Roll call, Honorable Helena Nesbegay. I'm present. Honorable Helena Nesbegay is present. Honorable Vincent James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vincent James is present. Honorable Dr. Inez. Honorable Dr. Inez is present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson is present. Honorable George Toth.
I'm here, man.
Honorable George Toth is present. Honorable Curtis Anito.
Here.
Honorable Curtis Anito is present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 members present, which constitutes quorum, including yourself.
Yeah, thank you, for that, so. That, we did already read legislation number 0136-27. 0137-25 into the record. Legislation 0136-25 read into the record. Sponsor is Delegate James. Co-sponsor Delegate Dr. Nance. Delegate Hope, Delegate Inito, Delegate Helena Nancy Gay. And so we couldn't move on because Division of Children and Family Service were not here, so we have to take a 5-minute recess. So staff, if you can let Department of Health know that they need to show up now, and then Division of General Service as well. So we're not taking another recess. So with that, I will go ahead and go to OMB to provide the report on Division for Children and Family Service. And that is legislation number 0136-25. So with that, OMB.
Sure.
For the record, I did email all of the division directors for, Children and Family Services along with Division of Health and General Services. And I just CC the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So with that, back to you, OMB.
Good morning. Good morning, Health Education and Human Services Committee Chairperson, Vice Chair, and the committee members. I'll go ahead and read the OMB summary report for the Division of Children and Family Services. I will read the table of content A and B, and the rest will be done by my colleague next to me. The A table of content, FY will cover FY 26 funding budget summary. And there is 7 programs. And if you want me to go ahead and read individually across the budgets or just the grand total?
The grand total.
Okay, the grand total for FY 25 under general fund was $4,820,346. FY 25 indirect possible $238,277. And then you have the proposed fiscal year 26 obligation fund under general funds. The grand total is $2,606,659. The indirect cost, the amount is $259,939. And then when you over to proprietary fund, the total is $109,000. And then for the grand total amount at the right bottom is $2,975,598. Then going over to table of content, we will cover the FY 25 a state second quarter budget status report. I had prepared the third quarter in yesterday. And that was individually passed out to you, so on top it has the third quarter. As of 6/30/25, and then and then all the programs list as is, and then the blue column, the original Budget is $4,072,558. And then under the revised budget, $6,670,696.25. The actual expenditure is $2,818,884.66. The encumbrance as of today, 48, $1,650.21. The budget available is $3,803,161.38. Percentage spent as of today is 42%. That concludes my reading, and I'll have my colleague read the rest of the book.
Good morning, committee members and the staff of the Department of Family and Children Services. Under tab C is your FY 2025 second quarter performance assessment report for 6 business units. The business units are listed, the name of the programs. And as of second quarter, the average score is 3.31 on a score ranging from 0 to 4. The average score is satisfactory status. Under tab E is your FY 2025 second quarter plan of operation status report for the Division for Children and Family Services for the 7 business unit. The plan of operation is in place and the statutory references are listed under tab E, your FY 2025 Division of Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. Under LC, number 1 is for Division for Children and Family Services. The business unit 117001, which is due on third quarter. As of second quarter, we did get a response for them and the status is ongoing. And this LC is for the Division for Children and Family Services shall take all appropriate and necessary actions to address and resolve the Okra Family Violence Prevention and Services, the $28 million grant expiring September 30, 2025. And by the end of the third quarter, the division is supposed to report this status to the HESI committee. The other LC is number 1. This is for all branches, divisions, departments, and programs to provide reports at the end of every quarter, beginning with the third quarter. There's business units listed as a third quarter. This is due for third quarter. Second quarter, there's some business units that have responded to this, and the status is also ongoing. This completes our O&B report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that information for Division for Children and Family Service. And so with that, I will go ahead and give the floor over to co-sponsor Delegate Martinez and his agents to go over the budget for Division for Children and Family Service. Okay, so with that, I apologize if I had a motion second. Motion made by Honorable Helena Nez Gay, and then second by Honorable George Scholl. So with that, Honorable Dr. Nez.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Chair and committee members. So we did receive the Division for Children and Family Services budget. Sorry, it's not me. So the budget, and I will allow the executive director, Thomas Cody, to give us an overview of the proposed budget here today. Mr. Cody, Shema.
I and apologize for being late. We were in our Oak Ridge Fire meeting for climate toe, wide roads and another area. We have staff that are currently on their way and some are already there. Mainly those individuals that will deal with the mental well-being children, their families. from Laboratory Center for Children and Families, we have them out there. We also had, our staff do an assessment on where the evacuation sites will be at, where kind of, needs they will have to be. We shouldn't get them out there out of the general fund, so that's why we're out there sometime. That's why we're late, we were, in the meeting on that. So let me turn this, I have, I have two staff, three staff members, Brenda Sosi, our accountant, also the analytical issue for the planetary funds. And it's also Ms. Chris Cynthia Sue for the Department of Family Services. So let me turn this over to Brenda.
Good morning. Sorry, Chair, also the committee members. I'm Brenda Sosi, and I'm personal accountant for the Division of Children and Family Services. We have three budgets under general funds, which is, how we have it is in your tab. The first one, business unit 11001, that's Office of Executive Director. And then 1170008, that's the total program. Then we have three proprietary funds, which is 117010, Chimney Childcare Development, 117011, Fortified Childcare Development, 117012, Shabbat Childcare Development. And we have Department of Family Services that's funded under general funds, 117722. And also the Senate tag is for all the exhibits are for the other side of it. So, the first one, going to business unit 117001, Office of the Executive Director, under our budget, for the, general funds. We were allocated 1,182,144, and the IDC funds is $259,939. So the overall total is $1,442,083. That's our fiscal year 2026. So going to our budget summary, we have the column A. We have the original 2025 budget, shows 1,869,385. Then the current proposed budget for FY 26 is 1,442,083. So the difference is a minus 427,802. Total budgeted for FY 25 was 12 positions, vehicles were at 4. And for this year's proposed budget, we have 11 positions and 4 vehicles budgeted.
So that's a, in that budget, before we move on to the next one, we took out the personnel, but we took some of the money out of personnel for the cuts because we're also using other federal dollars. And we also did a cut to our travel out of general funds because we also want to use the federal dollars. So a lot of the planning that we did was to save the money for the non-relation money and use the federal dollars. As you will see that when we are our expenditure for our federal budgets, we went from 800 million to 3 point almost $342 million that we have right now. So ADE, we want to use a lot of the federal dollars first before we do the general fund. So that's how we did the cut to our budget, and it came up to almost $500,000 to my budget at the executive office.
Okay, going on to the budget form tunes. For business unit 117001, Office of the Executive Director, the program performance measure provide an overall direction of BSS through an organizational strategy to improve service delivery and performance.
Second, organizational foster with clear, attainable, and measurable goals and provide feedback regularly. Demonstrate care for employees, motivate employees to achieve their work and offer professional development opportunities. First, second, third, and fourth quarter of at 6. 2, program performance measure aligned to mission, vision, and goals of Division for Children's Family Services with migrants administration, health and social services priorities. Communicate the purpose of NDSS to leadership, partners, stakeholders, communities, and clients, to conferences, meetings, and public engagement and outreach activities. First, second, third quarter at 6. 3, program performance measure, provide input from current and proposed federal, state, and tribal policies and regulations on the potential impact on the Navajo people and tribal programs. Provide written information, comments and recommendation, and attend federal and state tribal consultation sessions, first, second, third, fourth quarter, all at 6. 4, program performance measure, develop, implement, and maintain administrative, operational, and technological infrastructure to support departments and programs. Conduct quarterly financial and program review on each department program to ensure compliance with funding requirements. That's what first, second, third quarter, all it says. Performance criteria number 5. Program performance measure, improve and strengthen the health, academic, and social well-being of children and their families. Plan, develop, coordinate, and facilitate other partners and resources on family oriented initiatives involving all members of the family network. First, second, third, fourth quarter, all at 6. And then as we go on to the second one, which is business unit 117008, general funds school clothing program. General funds 500,000. Fiscal year 25. The allocation was 2,724,149. Post 2026 is 500,000, so there's a difference of a negative 2,224,149. Going on to the performance measures. For the first one, program performance measure to improve staff development, education training, members, food clothing sessions provided per quarter to serve eligible children with an incentive of clothing. First quarter, 2,490, then second, third, and fourth quarter, it's not applicable. 2, program performance measure, member emergency clothing assistant provided per quarter. First, second, and third quarters at 3, fourth quarters 1. 3 quarterly reports will be submitted after each quarter. First, second, and third quarter all at 1. 4, program performance measure annual report will be submitted after fiscal year ends. First, second, and third quarters not applicable. Fourth quarters 1. 5, performance measure training provided to keep families informed of eligibility criteria and timelines. First quarters 1, second, third, fourth quarters not applicable. Then going on to the proprietary funds for business unit 117010. Department of Child Care Development, Chinley Child Care. General funds, the proprietary funds 39,000 for fiscal year 26. For fiscal year 25 was 45,000. For proposed 2026 is 39,000, and then there's a negative $6,000. The performance measures for business unit 117010. The first one is program income revenue generated from families. Co-payments to be reinvested back into the program. Report quarterly revenue of 2,000 and more per child care center parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter 2,000. 2, program performance measure, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. 6, child care centers with will conduct 2 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. 6 centers times 2 activities times 4 months. First, second, third, fourth quarter, all at 48. Reading program performance measures, provide daily nutritional meals for AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 6 childcare centers. 1,500 meals and snack provided per quarter at 6 childcare centers. First, second, and third, fourth quarter, 1,500. Board performance program performance measure. Conduct outreach activities to increase awareness of the department's childcare services. Each quarter, the department staff from all regional and administrative will conduct same outreach activities. First, second, third, fourth quarter, about 7, 5 performance programs. Performance measures provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per region. Provide childcare services to 75 or more children per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, all at 75. With our business unit LR 7011, the Department of Child Care Development. Where defines child care, is the proprietary funds. For 60,000. For fiscal year 25 was 80,000, for the proposed FY 26 is 60,000, so there's a difference of minus 20,000. The program performance measure for business unit 117011. Program income revenue generated from family payments to be reinvested back into the program. Report quarterly revenue of $6,000 or more from the childcare center parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 6,000. 2, program performance measure, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. 4, childcare centers includes conduct 2 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. 4 centers times 2 activities times 5 months. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 40. 3, provide daily nutritional snacks for AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 4 childcare centers. 1,000 meals, snacks per quarter at 4 childcare centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 1,000. 4, conduct outreach activities to increase awareness of the department's children's services. Each quarter, the department staff from all region administrative will conduct 7 outreach activities. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 7. 5, program performance measure, provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per region. Provide childcare services to 100 or more children per quarter. 1, 2, 3, fourth quarter, all at 100. And going on to the business unit 117015, Department of Welfare and Development, Ship Child Care, it's also the proprietary funds. $10,000 for fiscal year 2026. 2025, it was budgeted at 14,000, for the proposed 2026 is at 10,000, then there's a minus of 4,000. The program performance measures for business unit 17012. The first one, goal number 1, program income revenue generated from family co-payments to be reinvested back to the program. Report quarterly revenue of $2,500 on work in the child care center parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 2,500. 2, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, cultural, nutrition, and physical activities. 4, childcare centers will conduct 2 thematic activities to mark on literacy, cultural, nutrition, physical activities. 4 center times 2 activities times 4 months. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 32. Program performance measure number 3, provide daily nutritional meals for AM snack, lunch, and snack at 2 childcare centers, 1,000 meals and snack served per quarter at 2 childcare centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 1,000. Conduct outreach activities to increase awareness of the department's childcare service. That's number 4. Each quarter. The department staff from all region administrative will conduct 7 outreach activities, first, second, third, fourth quarter, that's 7. Program performance measure 5, provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per child care center, provide child care services to 50 or more children per quarter, first, second, third, fourth quarter, 50. Then we have business unit 117-022, general funds, Department of Family Services, this is general funds, 924,515. For fiscal year 25 was 1,289,553. For fiscal year 26 is 924,515. And there's a difference of a minus $365,038. Then under position for 25 is at 9, number of vehicles budget 5, or proposed budget. There's 2 positions, there's 5 vehicles budgeted for fiscal year 26. Program performance measure for business unit 117-022, Department of Family Services. 1, to improve staff development, education, training opportunities, to enhance quality of services delivery. Coordinate and conduct 2 professional development training order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Number 2, to improve work product. Repair office buildings and upgrade office equipment, 1, 2, 3. 1, 3, increase community outreach to empower staff and community members. Coordinate to participate in 2 community outreach per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 2. Program performance measure 4, decrease job vacancies by planning and coordinating job fairs and advertising activities. Coordinate and participate in 2 recruitment retention activities per quarter, first, second, third, fourth quarter, all that too. And that completes our budget for division for children and family services. Then the top 7 is religious and fun types and read that's exhibit A through 8 is the fun type summary. Then exhibit B is the listing of our business unit number. And there's any changes. And then exhibit D is also for the recommendation of COAs and legislative plans. And then, we have the exhibit, it should be exhibit E, this is where we have our unique, amount of unmet need. For office of the executive director, we're requesting for 2 million. School polling program, 3 million, current family services, 500,200, so a total need is $5,500,200. Then the explanation is on its side. Then our exhibit F is where all of our external funds are. And the total amount for fiscal year 25 of $399,641,931.80. Our anticipated for FY 2026 is $8,843,370,200. Sorry by the construction. Family service.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sussy and Mr. Cody, with that, colleagues, chair, that concludes the presentation. If there are any questions or recommendations, comments, we are prepared for this meeting.
Thank you again, with that, division of family service. Then also, co-sponsor delegate Nance. So with that, committee members, this motion was made by Honorable Rita Nasdaq, second by Honorable George Ho. Are there any questions, Honorable Ho?
Thank you, Chair, members, passing over, staff. I have few questions. Mr. Cody, CJ. On the 3 digit salary, Probably. It doesn't go with the pay scale or your promises. Your deputies, less than that, it's only 9 on down, so. It didn't, oh, calculate, yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Well. And on the schedule, choose value. The other one too is you. $200 per students. I don't think that's enough. The therapy, and then through that to least 300, 400. Because everything's going up and so forth. So I only budget. For 500,000. So I know all the, yeah, at least the educational grants to that. Now the FIA, I don't think county's doing that, so my concerns that this money's not enough for kids. Adult nine, nothing, physically, so how would you calculate with 500,000 in history chair? Thank you.
Again, thank you, for that question, Doug. So, committee members, are there any other questions, comments regarding the budget for provision of family services? If not, let me give some time back over to co-sponsor, Honorable Dr. Nenz.
Chair, but I do not be leaky. So before I give it back to the division, I also want to get clarification on the Department of Family Services. So in the proposed budget, you have a Department Manager 3, and the salary, it appears that it's a part-time, and on your budget, page 4 of 9, under budget form 4, you also listed as 2 full-time, so if you can just clarify that for me. Mr. Cody and Ms. Sussman.
So my salary was based upon my interviews with the president, with the Shanti, but then we cut the wasn't for me, that naturally, but I was the negotiated salaries that month. I left Denver to come back to help an out foundation. So that was the salary question, 200 per student, we can raise it, but shift. If you want to raise it, we also have an unmet need, we can raise it to 300, 400. But I will plead with the council, not on the community, that we need to make some cuts somewhere, that's where the cuts were, and I really need your help to understand those dollars. Although, the department manager, what we're working towards too is, and we started with, the department manager 3 for the Department of Health, the Department of, Family Services, it's cost shared with the 477. So I wanted to get to a point where the program managers, part of their salaries are all federal, general funds, and the rest are federal funds. Because on general funds, they can allocate on behalf of their departments. That's how we're working towards, and we're just starting with the Department of Family Services, this funding period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cody, and you are correct, I believe 2 budget sessions ago, we did assist do an amendment process to increase the amount for school clothing. So that's at the discretion of every delegate, so I just wanted to put that out there. Chair, members of response. Thank you, Chair.
Me. Again, thank you, for that again, for the response. So with that, I do have a question from Honorable Delegate Helena Nancy.
Well, yeah, and I'm not talking on the budget, then it didn't come, nothing. I my question is on your program performance measurements on the first, for your first question. The actual goal is 224.90, so, that's your goal, what's your actual number, would you know how many kids you guys served throughout the year? If we would, it would be nice to have those numbers filled in. When they out in the field, Jim, so we are really required to fill in those actual numbers. When I send it, put the hitching the half as council delegate for you guys to know the numbers. Put the or the length so we can get down the ni ke we are strong, even not your we know what's going on, they down in this door, me. Lot of the never high, but when you get hot, then you dish on the other base of artificial and then so on side case. So DPA got the first question you get, auto emergency clothing, that's all, it says 3. I think that's kind of like a low number. So I understand, so those are my 2 questions, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, with that follow-up, Delegate Hope.
Thank you, Chair, again, hello, Jay. I was gonna do some of your salary, I guess, not so, it was $10 million for clothing unmet needs, so we'll try to advocate for that. But the results of what we want, sir. So, again, the other thing, my concern is all division director we have. They need to think about their personnel. Because a lot of them gonna lose their job. And then there's a 5% cut on the top. So a lot of this division director has 3-digit salary. We should at least come down to be the Joe in the one time case. Who is actually called Washington. I wish all the division director will think that way. So just sometimes this year go to that. Go way on track, I think. On that, budget came down, financially, so hopefully that all the vision director are listening. Caution to will be that peaceful to get a million double as budget. So just my comment as division director in planning. The never see keys feet now, street sign. So under your now. This simple, so thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, for that, Delegate Hope. So in regards to the unmet needs funds, it is the very last page of the binder. There is 3 unmet need requests, and that totals up to $5,500 and $200. That was it for Ray. But it is the very last 2 document, and the second document of that one is the adjournment. And I believe this last one is the 477 dollar amount, and that's what we receive outside of non-commissioned general fund with non-commissioned government. So that's how much dollars we can receive. So that's a little information on that. So in regards to personnel, are any of the departments affected with personnel, or will you be doing any layoffs? Based off the budget that you received from President United. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe President United give you guys the additional 85 million. So how he is holding on to that 85 million and for what? Is what I'm told is in regards to unmet needs. So he pulled that 85 million to where each department and division are not receiving the same dollar amount from last budget. And he wants to use that $85 million towards unmet needs. It's most likely a campaign deal thing, to where, I'm the president's office, we gave this much money to the division. Bill thing, I think that's what it's all about. But my concern at this point is, has any of your staff been affected, or any personnel position been affected to where you're putting, that you will have to put staff on layoff because you don't have the budget for personnel? That's my question. So with that, I'll give the floor back over. There were questions and comments from Delegate Tolles and Delegate Jimenez, and myself, and we'll talk to this.
Appreciate it, yeah, Chair James, Mr. Cody, you and your team have heard the questions as well as comments from our three colleagues, so I'll definitely to you to address them specifically. Thank you.
That's my mic for a while. So let me start from Chair James and I'm glad you asked me that question, because in our division, we don't have any layoffs. If there was a layoff, if there was general funded positions, we were transferring all of them to the to the federal dollars, because we have over $800 million that's sitting within our general our federal dollars. So that covers them. So I don't anticipate any layoffs as of now. If we keep getting, and the other good part is, and this is where I think, I'm delivering for you as the director for the Division for Children and Family Services. I got the division to a point where there were funds that we get from the federal government. Because I've seen tribes work with 477 across the United States, and that was one thing that I wanted to do on Navajo. So now the dollars that we get every year through 477, they will never revert back to the federal government. So we used to spend $2 million, $3 million back to the federal government through our title programs. I think all those dollars stay with the Navajo Nation. So that's number one. Number two, because we have a money and we're being told to spend some of our federal dollars, and we're really working with the controller's office, with OMB, and then also with Department of Personnel Management. I'm working on moving, and this is part of my commitment to my employees, is that I will get your salary increases done within the 15 months or 16 months that I'm here. So quietly, we have all our documents ready over at the Department of Personnel Management. Receipt is reviewing it, and hopefully within the coming weeks, not months, weeks, she'll approve the salary increases for all the Division for Children and Family Services across the board. Never has the state of Arizona given $10 million to the state of Arizona. It's just a reimbursement program, yeah. But through the work of Ms. Frida White and our advocacy from the division and some of your delegates working with the state of Arizona, we got $10 million for developmental disability and the state reimbursement program. I just thought we got money for their salary increases. So that's where we're working on making sure that the staff get salary increases, and then it's your legislation to increase the minimum wage will really help too. Because right now, some of our staff make far less money than McDonald's employees. So it's not, we can't afford to keep paying the staff, the salary that we're paying our staff right now. Because, oh gosh, one of the big budget, with this kidding. I'm really pushing to also increase the salary of all the staff within the division. And hopefully it's weeks when that will be approved. The motion that's a salary increases. Shema Helenas, okay, I'll have Brenda answer that portion of why they work with OMB into that particular setup.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and the committee. To answer that question, the performance measure. The goal is 2,490 the first quarter. That's how much funds is allocated to assist that many children. So when first quarter is over, we usually send in actual numbers to OMB. Then OMB will report all of those for us. So that way, each quarter it's reported that way. So for that 2,490 goal that we have, that we're saying we're gonna serve that many children, then we'll have an actual amount when that quarter is over. But I'm very certain that 2,190 will be met in no time. And so the actual numbers will be reported at the end of each quarter. So, yeah.
The other thing is, I'm always asked on staff well-being, staff happiness, and President asks us every week, and we have our department managers that also tell me how they're working with the staff. So one big thing that we did as department and then also as a division is we gave all our staff bonuses throughout the year. We Joe Pike, and like, they always tell me, they make me look good, and that's part of the reason why I said, they're doing an excellent job. That's part of the reason why I wanna give the salary increases to make sure that they make far better wage than when I got here. So hopefully we'll, as we move forward with a lot of these activities, our staff will be in a position where they can have livable wages. So,
Mr. Curry, does that your responses going? Thank you, Mr. Curry, as well as Ms. C. Chair, colleagues, that does conclude their responses, and we stand for any further questions or comments. Thank you.
Yeah, Donna, for the response there, Delegate Dr. Nice, and then staff. In regards to your dollar amount. And making sure that all of your personnel staff are utilizing that external funds. Now, my next question is going to be, if that is the plan, are you going to establish a separate salary schedule for your division? Because the cost of living with the is higher with federal funds. And so that will create you to establish this separate salary schedule, because now you're gonna get to that point where your personnel is all going to be external funds, which is federal funds. And federal has their own separate cost of living salary schedule. So that would be my next question. With that, let me go to Honorable Toll.
Thank you, follow-up question, sir, Chair. I'd like to see the evidence that you improve all the salary. Division director comes before us, they say, yeah, I'll support the staff, I wouldn't give them a raise. I have not seen any of it. If I was the division director, the first job, I'll be working on that salary, and instead of waiting till you got a year to go, so I'd like to see that evidence that the staff on me is becoming goes with all the division directors. Well, then if you got in, not call, but usually, we're all forced to staff, when we go out to the, outside, we staff will come to us, one, after they, I don't know. I can't tell you the name. You know what's gonna happen, retaliation. What was that? The evidence of. New hope, new staff, this cell, we love enough, say, we have to see that. Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Committee members, are there any other additional questions or comments? If not, let me go back to co-sponsor and delegate Dr. Nez and his agent.
Obviously, the chair, for the follow-up question, she got help. And in the response, Mr. Cody, if you can give a timeline about the request provided here by the conference. Mr. Cody, your team?
Yes, and community members and the staff and also I think it's not together. The separate salary schedule, and that's what I think Ms. Tani is here. We're negotiating that particular component because once we do the salary increases, the other step would be the federal government provides COLA. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Today, we just want to give them the salary increases now. The COLA that comes every single year that our federal counterparts enjoy, our staff should be able to enjoy those dollars too. And that's what we're working towards. The evidence should say it depends on BPM when they will approve the packages that we have over at BPM, and then the ones that are going to the system. OMB is also working on approving the budget transfers. We have enough money. So right now, and I'm gonna tell you, we have enough money to probably last 3 to 4 years for salary increases. By that time, the nation should have made those adjustments, because right now, when this year, although we're a 477 tribe, we've been using our old monies on database and on the net hand. That's how we're operating. This coming fiscal year, a new pot of money comes in for 477. So we won't touch those. Very little, I should say, 477 obviously, it will be paid out of the 477, but the rest will remain. And what we're trying to do is draw everything down so we can invest some of those dollars to come back to the children and family services. So that's where we're at, and the evidence, give me, I'm gonna say 3 weeks. I'll give Rosita 3 weeks for her to approve my salary adjustments, and I will provide the evidence to you. And the bonuses, we can provide those evidence because there's a committee, bonus committee this month, ARGA run that instead. So we can probably have oversee run those numbers for you. So those will be my evidence, and I'm truly, anything that I tell you, I just don't tell you things that I'm not working on. So, and then likewise for the president and the staff, I have monthly division-wide connect meetings with them every month. They all log in and we talk about what we're doing. This last one, last week was the Friday, we were meeting with, DPM. So one of my biggest requests to the staff was, say a prayer for us, because we're meeting with DPM and OOC on the salary increases. So that's how we work with our staff, is just, and we make sure that they're fully informed of what we're doing, so it is, Chair, Doris and brother. She got you.
Mr. Lee, you can answer Mr. James, Honorable James's question as well. Thank you.
The separate salary?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what we're still negotiating with DPM on, the separate salary. So, like I said earlier, the federal dollars that come in also comes with the COLAs. That's where the separate, and that's where we should, as now Nation Council, as president, it will be in your ballpark to bring the general funds that to meet the federal wage, the new wages that we're establishing, just like Head Start did. So it quietly that we're negotiating with DPM to make sure that we get our salary increases and then the COLAs that come with them. So,
Mr. Brady. Chair. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Karen, for that, for the response. If you need help, just let me know regarding that salary schedule. I know it's gonna get very interesting with DOJ. Or maybe it's already there at DOJ, and that's where all the interesting stuff is happening, but. You know, this is the reason why I keep saying that all federally funded programs should be on their own separate. That's what I keep saying. We'll see what happens because of this. Okay, so with that, committee members, are there any other additional questions? Pertaining to legislation number 0136-25. Motion was made by Honorable Lena Nancy Gay, second by Honorable George Toth, going once, going two times, going three times. Honorable Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Toth? Honorable Dr. Nez? Honorable Vice Chair? Honorable Lena Nancy Gay? With that, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting, and that is chair. So with that, congratulations, and we'll move on to budget and finance committee, and we're shooting for next Tuesday. Don't be late, Sean. So 8 AM with that, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, again, safe travel. You guys have a good day. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to next legislation. Legislation number 0137-25. And that is for now Nation Department of Health. So with that, sponsor, the agents are here. Sponsor is myself, Delegate James. Co-sponsor is Delegate Dr. Nez, Delegate Holt, Delegate Unito, Delegate Helena Naz-Gay. Those are the co-sponsors. So with that, Shemant, if you can read it into the record. Legislation 0137.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the your proposed resolution trying to Nation Council 3rd-year PC budget introduced by the county delegate inside days of primary sponsor, co-sponsored by Delegate Dr. Andy Yance. Tracking number is 0137-25, and national ratings for education and insights excluding the budget and finance committee recommending the ratings in the fiscal year 2026 budget for the national nation of health and in the national nation's FY 2026 comprehensive budget. the legislation does move on to the, finance committee. Also attached to the legislation is exhibit A, which is the fund type summary budget. And it is, filled out, and it is in the, it does have the amount of $50,060,292. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary, and it is also filled out. And it does have the amount of, $14,017,897. Then you have your exhibit C, which is the, recommended changes to the general fund budget. It does have the programs listed, but there's no, narrative or explanation for any changes. You have exhibit D, which is the recommended conditions of appropriation and the city concern. Blank. Exhibit E is the, recommended unmet needs budget. It does list, three, agencies and that. We're developing by services, and it is in the amount of $1,340,203. We have your exhibit F, is the external fund anticipated, which is attached, and there's no information indicated. Also attached is the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel. And also that the legislation has gone through the 5-day comment period, which was posted and began on June 16th, 2025, and ended on June 21st, 2025. And no public comments were received. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, for that. So with that, committee members, do I have a motion? Motion made by Honorable Hernandez Gay. Do I have a second? Second by Honorable Curtis, Unito. And that is for legislation number 0137-25. And so with that, I will move on to OMB to just read the numbers, the overall numbers. And then with, nomination Department of Health, please just read the overall numbers as well. Going through each of your tabs. Since we will be hearing the, Form 2 overall, report from OMB, you really don't need to read the word by word under budget Form 2. It's the overall numbers for each of the tab if we would be good. And then we have the hard copies here. We're pertaining to the budget, so just read the overall account business unit number, the program title, and then the overall dollar amount for that business unit number, and then just move on to the next tab. So with that, so with that, OMB, we did receive OMB's PowerPoint hard copy as well. Yeah, all the committees do have it. I know, our staff, Ms. Thompson, gave it out to the Department of Health. So we should have it. Honorable Total, I don't have a copy. I was walking, let me make the case that look on the floor. Alright, so with that, OMB, come to you.
Good morning, Health, Education and Human Services Committee. My name is Eileen Nez, and I'm one of the senior budget analysts from OEB, and I will go ahead and read, National Department of Health, budget summary. The table content A will, is the, there's 15 business unit. The grand total for the, FY 25 was 13,604,911. And then for FY 25 indirect costs, $175,331. And then the proposed fiscal year 26 nomination funds for general funds at grand total is 15,017,297. The indirect cost total is 191,270. The external cash match is 1,405,232 dollars. And moving over to the fiduciary funds column, 410,370. The grand total amount is 16,084,169. That the payroll contact fee covered the third quarter's budget status report. And for all the programs, the original budget was $10,057,499.85. The revised budget amount is $16,524,145.18. The actual total amount is for the program is $8,054,835.04. The encumbrance total amount is $300,999.83. The budget available is $8,210,319.91. The base 2% is.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm gonna be going through the attached C for the second quarter performance assessment report for Department of Health. There are 11 programs, business units. The second quarter is 3.75 average. And the scoring range is down at the bottom of the table. And there's only one asterisk on the business unit 119040 for the health system. Meaning the one asterisk would indicating the low performance. And then going on to D for the second quarter plans of operations status report for the Division of Department of Health. There are 11 business units and they're all up to date. Going on to E, the Commission on Appropriation and Legislative Concern report. There are 2 of them, one for the Department of Health Administration. And the second quarter, there was no report, but they're due until third quarter, therefore it's ongoing. And then the second legislative concern is for the all branches division department programs. And they are due until third quarter also. And you can see the business units on the Department of Health, but not report calendar for second quarter. Status is ongoing and that completes all of this year. Thank you.
Okay, can you please state your name for the record?
For the record, Amy's and Cedar Largo, the senior management analyst with division, the Office of Management and Budget Management and Policy section. Thank you.
All right, again, thank you, Olivia, for that. So with that, I will go to your honorable delegate, Dr. Nez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you can see, the proposed budget is before you, and as it was instructed, appointed Commission Director Yazzie to just kind of highlight the numbers and any additional information that you see in the budget, and we'll stand for any questions and comments afterwards. Ms. Yazzie, to you, Eugene.
Thank you, honorable members of the 25th Application Council, Health and Education and Human Services Committee. Thank you for allowing the opportunity for the Department of Health to be here today. We do have an executive summary that is also attached to this, but I will go ahead and defer that for your reading and move on directly to the budgets. So if you go to tab 1, you will see business unit 113001, Navajo Department of Health. Our funding sources, part 2, grand total of $596,320 Going to part 3 budget summary, the grand total, the NNC, our approved original budget is $496,524, proposed is $596,000.
$1,329,000 with a difference of $99,805. That is for business unit 113-001. Moving on down to the next action item will be business unit 113-003, non-union workers. Part 2, funding source and local nation general funds in the amount of $272,491. Moving on down to business unit 113-005, Navajo Office of Environmental Health and Protection. Part 2, funding sources, nomination general funds in the amount of $32,826. Moving on down to business unit 113-010, Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support for the Administration. Part 2, funding source, nomination general funds in the amount of $393,105. Moving on down, business unit 113-011, Deltex Chimney Agency, nomination general funds in the amount of $1,924,976. Moving on down to business unit 113-012, nomination general funds, 113-012, program title, Deltex Fortified Agency, part 2, funding sources, nomination general funds in the amount of $1,961,194. Moving on down to the next tab, which is tab 7, business unit 113-013, program title, Deltex Company Agency, part 2, funding source, nomination general funds in the amount of $2,406,423. Moving on down to tab 8, funding, business unit number 113-014, program title, Deltex to the City Agency, part 2, funding source, nomination general funds in the amount of $2,494,859. Moving on down to tab 9. Business unit 113-015, Delta Shiprock Agency. Part 2, funding sources, nomination general funds in the amount of $2,226,364. Moving on down to tab 10. Business unit 713-009, Senior Citizen Trust Fund. Part 2, fiduciary in the amount of $410,370. Moving on down to tab 11, this is a new budget program title, new epidemiology center, part 2, funding source, $1.9 million. Which we will be requesting for an amendment to withdraw these, to withdraw this budget. Moving on down to FY 2026, business unit 113-011, Deltex Chimney Agency. And this is our unmet needs, part 2, funding in the amount of $345,209. Moving on down, new budget, our business unit 113-012 for Deltex Sport Finance Agency, unmet needs in the amount of $512,068. Moving to tab 14, business unit 113-013, Deltex Crown Point, unmet needs in the amount of $482,928. Moving on down to tab 15. Business unit 113-019, Navajo Department of Health, Special Diabetes, unmet needs in the amount of $2,100,000. Moving on down to tab 16, business unit 118-024, Division of Long-Term Aging. Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support Administration, General Funds, cash match in the amount of $441,356. Final tab 17, business unit 118-024, Navajo Food Distribution. General funds cash match in the amount of $962,876. That includes reading Navajo Department of Health's budgets into the record, including the unmet needs for the additional programs that are there.
Okay, so that completes, right? You can turn off your mic. So, thank you very much. So with that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Olivia Gay, second by Ito. Committee members, are there any questions pertaining to legislation number 0137-25? Going one time, going, Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mills and Judy, staff still here. Since she's had staff a few questions. Any layoff fish state goals, that's not, you understand the vacant position was going to be eliminated. That's kind of the question I had. Also, on the senior center, like 45 Point, there, no, travel, in, that's basically places like that. Majority of them like that, so, yeah, that is true. Also, there was initiative of establishing senior advisory council here at Winterall. We talked about that too also. Did you have some funds for them for meetings? It's unmet needs, because also it is not issue, chair.
Making some tracks.
All right, again, thank you, Delegate Cho. Committee members, are there any other questions on the role of the internet again?
Oh, again, for your reports, this one I add on to Dr. Tolas, Delegate Tolas, on their advisory, for meetings and travel. We really need to get this, officers back in there. It's part of our older American act. And with you all getting federal funded money, so it been much, it been really need to do this, and we don't wanna get efficiency for that, or, we don't wanna get anything that they actually suffer finding because of that, because we're not finding by the older American. I see, those idle, personnel, would you guys increase the staff's wage? Senior center, staffs out there. So, those are my two questions. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So there were questions and comments from Delegate Tolt and Delegate Hernandez Gay as the sponsor. On roll, Dr. Ness, then your agent for that.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I have a series of questions, and I'm gonna go to Bobby. So my first one here is, can you explain where the funds come to provide for land use? I understand that it comes from the Department of Health, and if that's general fund, then what particular line item or project code is that coming from, if that's from the administration? Then my second question is, you have two vacancies. I don't know what the latest is on in HSA for Daltex. I know Mr. Lewis is here. I see his information on the budget forms too. And I don't know what the current position is, if it's, if he's still an epidemiologist or if he's back in the Daltex. I don't have that update yet. So if you can just clarify, I'm asking because his name is on the budget forms. So the next question I have is, I think it's important, and if this is, if it's like an unmet need or how you wanna work towards this, but when you look at your Daltex administration, you have an HSA, you have a senior accountant, and then a planner and an office specialist. But I think maybe additional staff, and I understand we all need staff everywhere. But I think in this case, we saw that I think it was only 7 senior centers of like over 20 that in the state of New Mexico that didn't apply for available New Mexico Delta funds. And I know I myself relay that to our respective senior centers. But I think here, maybe a position would help kind of pursue that specific task. So that way, if it's not New Mexico Deltex, it's other forms of opportunities that support our program. And then I'll pause there because I need to pull up some information that I've actually been requesting for like. I don't know how many times I've requested this, but I can always share that here when we have a chance to respond. So Ms. Yazzie and your team, you've heard the questions here now. Here to you, thank you.
Reactionat Nagov Kibiki, Atsenegi, Shija, George Topani, Naidin, Kibbi, many layoff positions and vacancies for Galtex. And then with regards to the 45s and prompt, travel and meeting expenses. Thank you for those questions. Presently, now the Department of Health by way of Beltex is not laying off anyone. And that's the purpose of why we have an unmet need request. And so we're not laying anyone off, and the purpose for that is prior to March 24th, we had 56. We were plagued with 56 open positions at the senior center. And in 14 weeks, we were able to fill 27 positions. We have 29 that are vacant that we're working on right now. And of those positions where we have interviews scheduled, they're being advertised. And so some are pending interviews, and that's where we're at. So we're on an aggressive timeline in ensuring that we get those positions filled, and we're adamant in terms of making sure that we do not lay off any employees, because it's important that we have all these positions filled when it comes to our aging and long-term services. So that answers your questions for the layoffs, the vacancy positions, and the last one is no travel meeting expenses. As you know, NDOH's proposed budget was decreased, and based on the decreased amount, the unmet needs for Deltex total to $345,809 for the administration for 45, and those are the unmet needs that I did read into the record. But based on what we received, we were only able to cover all of personnel and their fringe benefits. We do have Title III funding as well as Title II funding that we're gonna really work towards, and supplementing our travel and our travel expenses for our staff. And that one of the things that we realized is that we didn't leverage our external funds as much as we should have. And so that's what we're really working on with our middle line leadership, for them to start expending the K accounts in our external funds first. So I hope that answers your question. Your second question with regards to the initiatives for the senior advisory council for this council and the unmet needs. As I provided an update to you, our lead individual is Michelle Morris on that. And I indicated to you that the amendments for the plan of operation are pending at the Department of Justice. We will follow up with them on this matter. So at this time, until this committee approves the plan of operation that was vetoed by former President Russell McGay, we are unable to establish an agency council, because we wanna make sure that it is passed through this committee. So as soon as we continue to coordinate with the Department of Justice, we will drop that legislation. That will include the budget for, based on our review. This agent council will consist of 4 individuals at the executive level, which will be the president, the vice president, the secretary treasurer, and 1 rep at large. Times 4 meetings, and that's where we will determine if they will receive a stipend. With regards to Title III and Nishima, that we need to ensure that they're in compliance with that. With that, we would be paying the in-kind and the per diem out of the Title III funding. So that's the update, and it hasn't changed from the last update. But we will definitely reach out to the Department of Justice and see where we're at with that. Moving on down to, Shema Helena and SBA advisory for meeting and travel. We need to get the officers back in, I believe, in answering the questions for Shajana, Eugene told, I hope that answers your questions. With regards to the agency advisory council. With, the next question from you was the personnel and the increase of their staff wages. Presently, Navajo Department of Health is working to increase wages for all staff. For all divisions, all three divisions, with EDMHS, the Public Health Services Division, as well as Daltex. One of the key things that we're really looking at operationally is, one, we know that we need to update the PCQs for the cooks to a better title that is more enticing, because that's one of the positions we're having difficulty in hiring. We have been meeting with Reseda on all of our salary increases, as you heard my colleague earlier. Director Cody, he is in the same predicament as Navajo Department of Health is with Navajo Nation Department of Personnel Management. I can say that for the clinical positions with BPMHS, we were successful in having BPM approve those clinical positions. Now our next issue is the assessment and ensuring that we have an aggressive recruitment, retention, and retainment plan so that we keep our employees, because we tend to lose our employees once we get them trained. So to answer your question, Shemaya, we are working on the increase in salary for all of our personnel for all wages, including Beltex. Moving on down to Dr. Andy Nez with regard to explaining where Navajo Department of Health provided funding to Niagara News. I know there was a lot of talk out there when Navajo Department of Health paying $10,000 to Niagara News. We never paid that amount. If we need to print out our budgets to show that we didn't expend any funding to pay for Niagara News, we can definitely provide that for you. So under the general funds, we did provide $1,000, and that was to Niagara News. And that was only $1,000, and that's because we had special diabetes advertised in all of that. We had DBMHS for mental health awareness, so we only indicated that Navajo Department of Health could only assist with $1,000, and that was about 2 months ago, but since then we have not provided any, or maybe even 3 months ago. Other than that, we have not provided any funding to Niagara News from Navajo Department of Health. Moving on down to your next question. Looking at the overall administration with Daltex at the administrative level, you are absolutely right on that. We do not have a project manager to look over all of our capital outlay projects, all of our 148 million projects in addition to the assessment. The two project managers you're looking at the both of us with the addition of Regina, so between the three of us, we have been working diligently and moving forward with the 148 million. I know that you indicated on that there were no applications submitted to the portal, which was due on April 8th. So the process here is each of the program supervisors at the agency level are the individuals who have access to that portal to upload that information. And through employee engagement here with our HSA, I'm very aware that it was brought to their attention to apply for funding for each of their senior centers. And I know that the need is there based on our reviews of CO1s, CO2s, and CO3s that are submitted on a monthly basis to all of the program supervisors. So there is a need for infrastructure dollars, there is a need for equipment, there is a need for coding and compliance, which are the three major categories to apply for our dollars. I know that we struggle there, and I think we need to establish a corrective action plan for our program supervisors
to work closely with them in regards to the action item list, but I can say that the CO1, CO2s, and CO3s, we have created an action item list to use the $148 million to begin expending that, which is something I really frown upon because the team here is very aware that I look to external funds to expend first or capitalize and leverage on before we turn to our navigation dollars, general fund dollars. So I hope that answers your question. We do have a senior planner in here that we need to hire for, but in our external funds, we do have a program project specialist as well, under Title III. But I honestly don't think that is enough. I think you could use another senior program project specialist within the Daltex administration, unless we find another amazing person like Bernita Wheeler. She was a one-person team and she was able to keep all the contracts and all of the projects up to date with all of the senior centers and getting them through the state and getting those funds expended through CPMB, as CPMB is the lead agent with that. Moving on down, we saw 17 senior centers didn't apply for funding. I did answer that question. The next one, you wanted information with regards to Mr. Anson Lewis's name on here, and he is working with EPI. So with Navajo Department of Health, we have a budget team, and that's Lynette. That's Lynette Lee, Dorothy Edison, and Anson Lewis. All together, and we have a segregation of duties. And what we do is we have the prepare, we have them the other two vet. So this year it was Anson Lewis. Next year you will probably see Lynette, and then next year you'll see Dorothy Edison's name on these budget forms. So we really work to segregate these budget forms and make sure that not too many people have their names on it, otherwise it creates a lot of chaos. So just ensuring that we have a standardized first process with individuals listed on there. I hope that answers your question, Shannon. Nana Health and Education Human Services Committee, that concludes all of the answers to each and every one of your questions, and I stand for any other questions at this time here.
Thank you, Planning Division Director, colleagues, Garrett, that concludes our responses, and we stand for more questions or comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Let me give some time over to our legal counsel on how we will need to move forward with the fund type budget summary. Because the business unit number 118024 is not inserted for food distribution.
Yeah.
So let me go to a legal counsel for some recommendation. Thank you.
Just to make it clear, I think we could just make a quick amendment, adding it, just the number itself. That's the only thing that's missing on that. The other information is considered to be accurate.
Okay. So with that, committee member, do I have somebody that would be willing to motion to add the number? Under this is a motion made by Honorable Toll, second by Honorable Curtis Benito, as amendment 1. Are there any questions pertaining to amendment 1 to add business unit number 118024 for food distribution programs, and that will be on the now information budget summary? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Questions on amendment 1, how do you vote? Honorable Benito? Honorable Danto? Honorable Dr. Nez? Honorable Vice Chair? Honorable Helena Nesbitt. So with that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting on amendment 1. Thank you for that, and that will be added on. And so with that, moving back to main motion, made by Honorable Helena Nesbitt, second by Honorable Curtis Unito. Are there any additional questions on main motion, Honorable Unito?
Yeah, I just wanna have a question on your public hearing that you guys done. for the budgeting for the Northern Agency LI chapter. Yeah, the budget that there was an error on, budgeting for TMAS was for a new senior student building. And that is to be adjusted. I haven't heard anything or email from that result that came out. Can you clarify on that? And then my second question will be, you guys oversee the nursing home at the Chinley, Navajo Land, nursing home. Cause they're like, they have an unmet need for food and utility payment, they're kind of behind on that, I'd like to see you guys oversee that. But those two are my question, thank you, Chair.
Committee members, are there any other additional questions, comments? If not, let me go back to co-sponsor delegate Dr. Ned and his agent for response.
Yes, thank you, Chair and colleagues. Again, before I give it back, I just have to several follow-ups. So first, thank you for the responses on the initial questions. So thank you for the additional responses on the questions that were posed. So under your budget point 4 for executive, can you just elaborate a little on the $130,000 requests for consulting? And in here it says the contract subject matter expert to improve the health of Navajo residents. And the reason I asked that is because during the previous budget, we talked about kind of the realistic timeline that the Department of Health utilize funds. And we consulted, and that's how I got money from the Department of Health to fund the Navajo Nation Library. So I'm just interested again here, just to learn a little more about that. And then the reason I was asking about the news is because there's several different concerns regarding workers for primarily at the senior center. So one of the questions I had posed to you was if Beltex was hiring for senior centers, and if that's true. And if it's true, then what's the rationale regarding that? Because I think if there's an excessive amount of funds going to certain areas, I think those could be utilized towards other matters that are kind of pressing and affect our seniors. And then the committee also asked about an update regarding the facility that was purchased in Phoenix. And in this committee asked for a report, and I believe it was on a Monday, and we were told we would get the report by Friday. That was like 2 months ago.
Okay.
I can't specifically cite the exact date, but I'm confident it's been months since that report, and I have asked about it. The other thing is, and I'm glad Shache is sitting here from General Services. So the senior councils, the locals, there's a concern that the insurance for chapter use. So I understand that it's across the board, and a lot of our chapters, especially the ones that I've been elected to work alongside, have been implementing it. So for individuals who want to host like a reception or a bingo or whatever, that they're starting to require insurance, and I get that. But I don't know if there's something universal that can be somehow discussed, and the reason I'm asking this is, one, I think, residents or folks can pay into that, or if there's, I don't know how that looks, but I just wanna put that out there. In addition to that, the senior council at Crystal is also in the same situation because they're planning to go on an advocacy trip. And I mentioned to them that I can work with Deltex or DOH to see how that looks like as far as the insurance as well. And then I got a report again from one of our local senior centers that Deltex or Department of Health, I'm not exactly sure who they weren't exactly sure as well. But they were informed to prepare an expenditure for 50,000, and they said each senior center received 50,000. And I was wondering where of that, and I don't know where that's coming from. Which pot of funds that is coming from, if there's a legislation out there, if not aware of.
So that's.
It's a big check, look over here, you see the check. Okay, so if you could just clarify that out, that way I can have it on record. So those are the extent of my follow-up as well as my additional questions. Thank you. And appointed division director, Ms. Yazzie, you have the floor.
My name is Kitty with your meeting at Tismas Plus. I am coordinating discussion with acting HSA Heather Duncan at City, as she was the one that was there that day. And can you provide us clarification on where the funds were appropriated? Because remember, this legislation here that you hear was passed by council. So this is a working document here. So if there is corrections that need to happen on it, I would defer that to legal counsel to see if we needed to do an amendment on these dollars, because these funds were appropriated by the 25th Nomination Council. So if we need to make language changes on that, we'll go ahead and work on that and send it back through the process. But if you could make clarification to that, show that. And if you have $4 million there for plan design and construct, was that not correct?
Yes. That one was supposed to go to, T's, that's the direction that needs to be made.
And T-SNESPUS has no request at this time, assessment has center in good standing.
Well, T's, check that for me.
Point of order has been called, on both, Dr. Ned.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I call for the order and the rule, I believe eighteen of our standing rule committee. If we can keep to the structure of how we've been conducting meetings, we don't interact directly with the agents about the policy. I'm okay if that were to change in rules of order, I sent that elsewhere, but per our existing rules of order, I expect us to stay focused. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope that answers your question. That's my recommendation to you with regards to T-SNESPUS and Annan. Senior centers, moving on down to question number 2 with nursing home. Now, the Department of Health does not have oversight over the Chinle nursing home. So I just wanted to get clarification on that. With regards to number 3 and the Dr. Nez, but on budget form 4 for contractual services to contract subject matter expert to improve the health of Navajo residents. And the purpose of these funds is one, to look at recently Navajo Department of Health established a process in terms of Six Sigma to streamline all of our processes. And so right now we're looking for another contractor to assist with patient care services to streamline across all of Navajo Department of Health. In most cases, like with food distributions, sometimes they always don't have enough funding, as well as the EPI department, as well as the WIC department, and there's one other department, breast cancer. So these funds would assist in paying, and covering for them as well in that area. So I hope that helps answer your question. Moving on down, news at senior center, if Daltex was hiring for senior centers, can you make clear, I need clarification to that one, but I'll come back to it for number 4. Update on the facility, my apologies, we will still provide you an update, and you stated that it was 2 months ago, but I could definitely get a report to you guys. Again, before Friday, but this time we'll make sure that we get that submitted to this committee. Moving on down, insurance for chapter usage, universal. I totally agree with that, and that comes, that's a division of community development question. They're the ones who, consulted with, the Department of Justice and Risk Management with regards to charging for
for the facility. That doesn't apply to the senior centers, but I'm certain if we wanted to rent out the tractor or use it for anything, they would certainly charge the senior centers as well. So that would be a division of community development question. Moving on down with the senior council, as I stated earlier, once we get that plan of operation approved by the Health Education Human Services Committee, we will definitely submit a budget, more than likely a UUFB to follow this legislation. And we'll definitely work to have a corrective action plan to have that done within the next, I'm gonna say month, and that would be an aggressive schedule for our lead, Michelle Morris on this, working closely with Daltex. So that would be my answer to that, and I know that they are going on a trip, because I had one of the representatives come from Crystal regarding this, so that is something that we would need to address, because I know that trip is in September for this council. Number 8, report Daltex NDH form to PET for 50,000. Just recently, council approved legislation 135-24 appropriating. It started with legislation by that was dropped by Honorable Delegate Danny Simpson from Crown Point in the amount of 450,000, which ended up being a $184 million legislation. Well, with that legislation, there was a request and amendment done by your colleague, Chairman Mitch James there, and it was an appropriation of $4,050,000, with 50,000 being appropriated to each of the senior centers. And right now, Daltex, by way of the senior center program supervisors, they're aware that each of their senior centers have 50,000 to begin expending. So it is the program supervisor's responsibility to complete that, not the staff at the senior center level. Their job is to say, hey, this is what we need, but the supervisor, the agencies compiles it and creates that budget, gets it processed, and ensures that those at the senior center receive the necessary tools and resources to be successful at the senior center level. So that concludes in answering all the questions, with the exception of number 4 with regards to news. That I just need further clarification on that, Shannon, and I would like clarification from Honorable Delegate Dr. Enkinez on that.
With that, thank you, Honorable documents.
Yes, thank you. Chair, so that concludes the responses from the Commission Director, so we stand for more questions and or follow-ups. Thank you, Chair.
All right, yeah, thank you. And there was a question that was coming from Director Yazzie to you, Honorable documents.
Yes, correct. Okay, so in a follow-up, I have no idea how I missed that. In the committee report, like, I don't know if I was even present to vote on the amendment, but there's clarity there. So, okay, great, thank you. Now, regarding the staff, so I do my best to pop in at our Principal Senior Center, as well as for compliance. And that's where you learn a lot of different things that I relate back to the team. And one of those was that the Daltex program decided to pause hiring of employees for senior centers. And that's where I was just getting clarity if that is something that is true or not. And if it is indeed true, then what is the rationale on pausing these? As we know, there's a need out there, so it just makes logical sense to me. Thank you.
Again, thank you for that, Honorable documents. With that, Honorable Helena is the game.
Okay, Donna, yesterday we had, HR here. Here in this, in our meeting yesterday, and they stated that they have temporary, employees. My question to them is that why, Daltex are short on staff and we don't get temporary in those positions. Because, senior centers, they only get 3 staff. And when there's a vacant, there's 2 staff, and then if they have 2 vacancies, then there's just only 1 staff. So maybe you guys can start working closely with HR and fulfill those positions, even as temporaries. You might even come into a full-time job or local in the area. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Again, follow up on what, Delegate Toler.
Thank you, Chair, members, and visitors. I'm very disappointed that you don't recognize our local senior advisory council. I've been saying this ever since I left IHS. I was chosen to be the NCOE president back in 2016. And I promoted, we established the advisory council. We didn't have a problem. During that time, the division, our LTEX person honored that, so we started putting the plan operation and bylaws. We did all for the agency. So right now, you're saying the plan of operation still pending. When I was elected to this office again, first thing I asked was for that plan of operation that was reviewed by the DOJ. So he went through and then it was vetoed. So I did drop another legislation and it went back to your office. I'll call going to recognize that you're not working on it. The staff is not working on it. How many times do we have to bring this out? I already dropped a legislation again. It was given to one attorney. That was given to Ms. Morse. And she came out with some comment that, all we're doing is have the Navajo Nation approve plan of operation and bylaws so they can have their meeting. They need to advocate for their seniors. Sweeto Sani up in the harbor. Stay away from personnel that we put those plans. And now it seems like I'm not considering. I gave it a knee we established the bylaws. Miss Morrison knows about it. So what's so hard? It's just an excuse every time I mention this to you, to your staff. We're working on it, it's over here, it's over, doesn't know here, that's here. I'll check for you to call me or have a meeting, leadership meeting, at that. So I'm gonna drop another one, see what happened. Then I will follow this myself. I depended on you, but in it. As Tristan, you drop by, I'm not forcing you to lead them. They're the key people that's on this earth. Come on. Yo que va yo by on hick and David Ado big. Hichi now iki no. Ako kodere hanshi. Senior scribble son should get up I don't think so. If I was in your position, I would make that as a priority. Ani kefa ne kilo kushima. We didn't have to strive. Right here, another individuals that were there. Answering it. Of course, he knows the history of it, and Miss Morse should sit down with you how we establish those and operation and also bylaw. Just tell us you don't want to advocate for your senior. Let me know and let us know so we can take another route. I am tired of it, bringing this issue. It's not for me, it's for our elderlies. As Twido Sani, Katonka di Jandahit Adori. Change transition. Of course, with Adori. Control, let us know. Because they rely on federal law that was implemented some years ago. District out. Okay, it always down to agency. But the Sanda they have a committee at the local level and agency. But the staff are not promoting, I tell you, your program supervisor are not promoting, are not trying to help our elders. Oh, gosh. So it got this thing. The bylaws, it's there and gave it to Mickey Morse. Yes, she told me, yeah, she's going to work on it. The original copy, I gave it to her. And then there's a lot of things floating, a lot of bylaws and operations floating around. But that's it. Even just let us know. You don't want the support. I could give it to somebody else, some program to help us. Every time we go out there, what happened to advisory council? I know I'm not this year. Ideia do das flashing paper show that. Oh, I'm on the so I'm doing this for our elders people. It might be funny, but I have a lot of respect for my elders. Some are veterans that passed on. That's what they shot in Shama Lona, she's Shama. Out there. So give them a chance to express their concern. I treasure them, whatever. Yeah, Chair, thank you.
Again, thank you for that again, David. Another question, comment on board Nita?
Yeah, go. Therefore, again, this support this agent council, yes. They actually knew what they did, and I support that. And another one is I've been asking for a stage or a Mexican water chapter all this time. I've had seen any stage are hired there. 8 of them done this year. And then with my follow-up with the public hearing that we had over in Aneth, over the awards for the our senior citizen. He asked for amendment. I think I need to ask the legal counsel for do an amendment on here, make some changes for the they awarded the Team House plus $4 million for a new senior citizen. But they gave it to Anna, for some reason, there was an error on it. So it needs to go back to Tease. Can we do that? The council? I mean, my answer, sure.
Okay, so. Thank you, for the question. So with that, let me. Before I give back to co-sponsor Delegate Dr. Nez, let me go to legal counsel for response to Honorable Yumika.
Is this on one of the exhibits? No, it's not one of the exhibits. It's in the binder or?
It's a whole different budget there. Not even.
If you want.
Again, what's the, number is CY, what is it?
CO.
Oh, is it CO?
CO 4324.
CO. CO.
4324.
4324. Hey, that's a whole separate, yeah, conversation, separate legislation. Or whatever.
So the concept is we want to amend this specific legislation then. So I think that would be through the process of going through and amending this legislation rather than trying to make it part of the budget of this particular, Delegate Benito, if you can fill out legislation to, I mean, a request to start amending this legislation, we can vote on that.
Yeah.
That sounds possible.
Okay, but in adding, if we can add, he's Wisconsin, but to amend the legislation. But okay, so I'm learning about this, and so I'm learning about this, we can figure out the pathway to get that correction that you're requesting. And how to do it properly through this particular specific legislation.
All right, thank you for answering that question. So let's, so you guys will work together and you'll just need to drop another, amendment form or legislation to make it to that. So with that, let me go back to our general fund budgets before us. As co-sponsor Delegate Dr. Nez and his agents to respond back to 3 delegates.
Approaching Terry Dean, so with that, I will defer those follow-ups and additional clarifications to appoint Commissioner Yagowski and her team. Yeah, the floor.
Thank you, Commissioners, to answer your clarifying question for the staff at Bristol on the pause for hiring. Initially, when Navajo Department of Health, by way of Deltas received our budget, that was our immediate response because we came up with 3 budget scenarios. One was to either just stop hiring, and so that we would be in the black with our budget. The second option was we keep them funded all the way to January. And then request for unmet needs, and the third option was just keep them all funded and ask for an unmet needs, so. We met back on it a few days later, and we're like, no, we can't do that, the senior centers are a priority, so we're just gonna keep moving forward. Heather, go ahead and proceed on with your hiring, your aggressive hiring for all these positions, and so that's how we continued on, so. That clarification in terms of a memo will be drafted and it's crafted to be sent out to all staff, so the clarification can be made to them on the purposes of why we concluded to this, but I don't know how it reached that level, because I know that discussion was just amongst the administration with the leadership team here. So I hope that answers your question and brings clarification and comfort to those at the senior center level. In response to Helena and SVA regarding our temporary position, our positions, we can definitely work to hire any positions temporarily, but under Title III, we still have to go through the extensive background check for any of our temporary positions, but that's something we can definitely consider and work on with our DPM on that. Last but not least, Shazad, the Consadad and the and so I just wanna thank him first for his words, when an elder comes at you with words, he only means well. And I just want to share with him that we'll come up with a corrective action plan that we did do an RFS with the Department of Justice, so we can coordinate a meeting with them to work directly with Office of Legislative Counsel, with regards to any changes and amendments that they have on the, advisory council plan of operation and bylaws. So that's where we'll go ahead and work on that and meet back up with the team regarding this and come up with a corrective action plan for this as well.
That concludes your.
Great, thank you for that, Planning Commission Director Yazzie, so Shima, Vice Chair, I think with our responses.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Yazzie. Committee members, any more questions, follow-ups to, the budget, then, Dr. Andina?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. So just a follow-up regarding the forthcoming memo. So I'm a little confused if it's positioned. And you can't move funding from existing personnel, how are we in a situation where you don't have funds to cover personnel that you have to pause a hiring? If those funded positions exist. So if you just provide clarity on this, I'm trying to understand. Response you provide. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Inez. I'll go ahead and give it back to, Director Nancy for response.
Thank you, Shannon, and I did Kitty. The reason why we initiated the pause is because for this current funding, it ends on September 30th. So if we hire someone permanently, their position would end on September 30th. If we didn't request for the unmet need. So that's why we said for a new fiscal year, even though we have a shortfall, we're gonna request for that shortfall as an unmet need, so those that we hire now this fiscal year will continue on October 1st. And that's the reason why I provided those three scenarios of the first one being, okay, we're just gonna do our hiring freeze, because if we do hire someone, they're only gonna be good till September 30th because of our shortfall. Or we just hire them, but we do our current proposed budget that was appropriated to us all the way up to January, and then in the meantime, ask for unmet needs. Or third option is just hire and request for the unmet need for the entire year, and it just made more sense to do it the entire year and just come to this committee as well as the council in hopes that you will approve our entire budget for all of our personnel. Hope that answers and clarifies your question.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yelsey. We have a follow, Dr. Inez. Okay. Well. Any other questions? All questions, committee members, and I think we are. Done. No more questions. I said we're done. We're done.
Alright, thank you, Vice Chair, for that. So with that, if we can go to second reading really quickly. And then we'll go to vote on legislation 0137-25.
The chair and members of the Health and Safety Committee. This is, the second reading of, legislation under, 0137-25, there was one amendment, and that was to, correct exhibit B. And it was motion by, Delegate George Stone and second by Delegate Chrissy Michels. with a vote of 5-0-1. And the amendment is to, under business unit on exhibit A, the last identified program, the food distribution program. The business unit number was inadvertently left off, and it's business unit 118024. The rest of the information remains.
Thank you, for that. So with that, Honorable Unito, how do you vote? Honorable, Pope, how do you vote? Honorable, Dr. Knight? Honorable Vice Chair?
Great.
Honorable Helena Knight Brigade?
Great.
So with that, we do have 4 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 not voting, and that is chair. And so with that, legislation 0137-25 does pass with 1 amendment. Department of Health, we do plan to go before Budget and Finance Committee next Tuesday. We're scheduling ourselves next Tuesday and Wednesday. So be available as our agent there again before Budget and Finance next Tuesday and Wednesday. So again, thank you very much, and legislation number 0137-5 passes, and we'll move on to Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, thank you very much. Have a safe day, safe travels. So with that, we'll move on to the next legislation. Legislation number 0141-25. Sponsor is myself, co-sponsor is Honorable Delegate Dr. Nance, Delegate Polk, Delegate Unito, Delegate Helena Nancy. And so with that, though I see Shanada, Division Director for General Service here, and I also earlier we did have some staff that were from Insurance Department that's been here for a while as well. And then other Division of General Service staff that are here. So with that, Shimon, Ms. Denali, if you can read legislation number 0141-5 into the record.
Thank you, Sharon. Members of the Health and Safety and Human Services Committee, you have your establishing resolution 25 Council. Third year, 2025, is by Council Delegate and Sergeant. And this month by Delegate Dr. Amen, as well as Delegate Chris Anito, Delegate George Choate, and Delegate Helena Nesbitt. Tracking number is 0141-25, and action relating to the Education and Human Services. Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2026 budget for the nomination of the federal funds and related matters to be included in the nominations FY 2026 comprehensive budget. The legislation that we want this committee, the statute is exhibit 8, which is a 105 summary, budget summary. And this is our programs along and includes the FY 2026 and the grand total is $1,400,617. Exhibit B is the general fund summary. The listing of the programs are indicated with the business unit numbers and the amount of proposed general fund budget. And that amount is $7,336,800. Exhibit C is the recommended changes for the general funds budget. The programs and everything that are listed. There's no narrative for the explanation in columns C yet. In the third column. Exhibit D is a recommended condition of appropriation in the student concern. In all the programs are listed, this is unit number and the brief narrative for recommended indicated. Exhibit E is a recommended needs budget. There's one program listed, facility maintenance department. And there is, justification indicated. And in the unmet needs is in the amount of $351,100. Also, exhibit F is the external funds anticipated. The programs are listed, it has a zero amount for, FY 26 external funds. And also attaches the controller from the Office of Legislative Council. The legislation was posted for a 5-day comment period, which began on June 18th, 2025, and the comment period ended on June 23rd, 2025. No comments were received on the follow, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So with that, committee members, do I have a motion? Second. Motion made by Honorable Curtis Unico, and then second by Honorable Dr. Nez. So with that, let me go to O and B. And O and B, if you could just go over your documents, just your table of contents, and then the overall dollar amount. For your budget summary, just the overall dollar amount, and then also the overall dollar amount for all the other forms. And just give us some brief information for each page that you have provided to us, and we do have the hard copy here of your PowerPoint. After the conclusion of O and B on general service, again, if you can just give us the information of the overall dollar amount, which would be your business unit number, the dollar amount that's there, the program title, and then just move on to the next one. That's in your tab. So just give us the overall information. So with that, O and B, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education and Human Services Committee. My name is Arlene Sam. I'm the Senior Budget Analyst from OMB. I'm here with Encino Largo, Senior Management Analyst. So going on to the OMB report, you have your table of contents, letter A through E. Letter A is your FY 26 budget summary by fund type. For Division of General Services, for FY 2025, the grand total of general funds is 99,289,924. Indirect cost is 2,496,357. Proposed for FY 2026, general fund 4,650,960, IDC 2.7. Proprietary fund 94 million for a recommended budget of 101,400,670. B is the FY 2025 second quarter budget status report. There are two reports. This is as of March 31st, 2025. The first report is with the general funds for the 10 or so business units. You have your original budget, and the revised budget is 8.8, the actual expenditure is 2.6, encumbrance at 408,000. Budget available 5.8, expenditure rate of 34.27%. Next is your proprietary fund. You have your original budget, and then your revised budget of 96.5 million, actual expenditure of 26.2, encumbrance of 3.3. Budget available of $66.9,662,098.80, expenditure rate of 30.66%. Going on to tab C, the second quarter performance assessment report for the division of the. There are 15 business units. The average score for second quarter is 3.38. One unit is taking second quarter plans and operation status report. The division of general services have 15 business unit and business unit 812004 duplicating services program needs to update the plan of operations. Going on to your tag E, division of appropriation and legislative concern report. Division of general services only has the one which is across the board, division departments and program. DGS did not, or they did respond for second quarter, and the status is ongoing. That completes OMB's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, OMB, for that. So with that, I will move forward to co-sponsor Honorable document and his agent from Division of General Service Foresters.
Chief, yeah, Chair, committee members, thank you, OMB. Division Director, Sean McDale, as well as Deputy Director, who are here before us to present the educate health and care shade closures.
Thank you, Shannon. Health Education and Service Committee, Shannon, Auto, Shannon, Auto, Shape, Auto, she get, Auto, she not us. Yeah, I say it's not. I don't also, no. Don't the for those days that on the sushi, they can now be, with they can now that we can deal with only Division of General Services, hotel manage. Anaj, that's a state, Anj, but that's a time that all, the conscious, the Anish, different programs, thank you, Equal. The Haas Tata program managers, department managers, they got, the Banach, that is, the Haas Tata. Now, I think she, should that density was shaped up, we go on there, or it's on, okay. The one she got, budget, again, delegated, deputy director, Mr. Marcus Yazzie. It's how she caught another what, Tony caught another one, no, division wide. It's how study, annually. Or, although she has a budget base before we get, okay, I kind of wish, others, I'm not seeing, and I got she. Uncle she, although she, exhibit A, she, or just a on if me, I can, exhibit A under our, fund type budget summary. Division of General Services, Business Unit 112001. FY 2025 general fund budget, $699,659. Proposed general fund budget, $402,834. Indirect cost fund, $162,265. For a grand total budget of $665,099. Under business unit 112003, insurance services department. Last year's general fund budget was $223,170. This year's proposed general fund budget, $109,768. Indirect cost fund balance, or cost fund, $109,421. For a total of $219,189. For business unit 112004, the risk management safety loss control program. Last year's general fund budget, $10,396. This year's proposed general fund budget, $923. Indirect cost fund of $10,171. For a combined total of $11,094. Under business unit 112006. Navigation, telecommunication and utilities. Last year's budget, $458,755. This year's proposed general fund budget, $262,041. Indirect cost fund of $227,030. For a combined total of $489,071. Navajo Air Transportation, business unit 112007. General fund budget last year, $581,071. Proposed general fund budget for this year, $411,168. No indirect cost fund for a total of $411,168. 112008, facilities maintenance department. Last year's budget, general fund budget, $2,695,042. Proposed general fund budget, $1,672,872. Indirect cost fund, $979,851. For a total budget of $2,652,723.
Business Unit 112009, Department of Information Technology. Last year's budget, $2,440,064. Proposed general fund budget for this year, $1,135,182. Indirect cost fund, $1,134,558. For a grand total of $2,269,740. Records management, 112010. Last year's general fund budget, $236,548. Proposed general fund budget for this year, $252,828. For a grand total of $252,828. Business unit 112013, employee housing. Last year's general fund budget, $842,404. Proposed general fund budget, $366,944. With no indirect cost fund, for a grand total of $366,944. Total for your general fund last year, $8,187,109. Proposed general fund budget total for this year, $4,614,560. Indirect, $2,723,296 for a total FY 26 general fund budget request of $7,337,856. Next is our proprietary business units. For business unit 812002, National Air Transportation. There is no revenue projection submitted. So there is no budget request for that business unit. Under business unit 812003, Fleet Management Department, we last year a budget of $14,935,000. Proprietary fund revenue, $14,500,000. Is there a request? Business unit 812004, duplicating services. Last year's general fund budget was $600,000. This year proprietary fund request $800,000 for a grand total of $800,000. Business units 812005 all the way to 812023, the risk management program. Last year's allocation $21,204,172. This year's request $21,902,761. Business units 812016 and 812017, employee benefits program. Last year's allocation $51,860,000. This year's proprietary fund request, the amount of $51,860,000, for a total of $51,860,000 they're requesting. Under business unit 814001, workers' compensation. Last year's budget request was $4 million. This year they're requesting $4 million for a grand total of $4 million. Business unit 912001 for the employee housing program. Estimated or last year's general fund budget of $1 million. For proprietary fund request, $1 million for a grand total of $1 million. Total for FY 2025 for Division General Services, $101,786,281. Proposed fund balance for this year, proposed general fund budget, $4,614,560. Indirect cost fund, request amount $2,723,296. Proprietary fund request for this year, $94,062,761. For a total request of $101,400,617. Committee members, and we also have, continue on with, the first half, item E, exhibit E. We do have an unmet needs request from the facilities maintenance department. Business unit 112008, facilities maintenance department, an unmet need request of $351,011.
Virginia, yeah, should be. Colleagues, Chair, that concludes the presentation of the budget. We stand for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that again. So with that, committee members, are there any questions pertaining to legislation number 0141-25? On the roll, Paul?
Chair, thank you, members, so staff and planning, that's the one issue concern, I guess you oversee fleet management, Chair. Speaker, should have on my other. Now, he is for the lack of school, for West. Chair, yeah. Tanda HQ on the garden and shape. So now it's and more, yeah. So I just wanted, when the speaker and the press can get me shitty. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that. Committee members, are there any other questions pertaining to the legislation? If not, let me go back to Honorable Yunita, I'm sorry.
I just have a question on your Navajo air traffic. 411 K. What was that used for?
Okay, thank you for that again. And then in regards to legislation, there has been questions. And so with that, let me turn it back over if there's no other questions. Let me turn it back over to co-sponsor Dr. Nez and his agents to respond.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. So before I turn it over to general services, if you can also clarify, I was under the impression you were deputy division director, but I'm here at Central Vacant. So can you just clarify that for me? And then the other thing is proprietary funds. For example, business unit 112010. If that can also be provided to the committee. The only reason I'm asking is because I know it's not necessarily requesting general funds, it's what you would be able to make, but I think it's just important, there's certain areas, including programs and divisions that have the proprietary funds that I think should go back to them specifically. Animal control is one of them, so that's why I have it. If you don't have it available today, that's fine. I think just getting it before the committee as well as business unit 112013. And then the last thing I know on the facility maintenance, the legislation concerning our disabled relatives. I did ask numerous times as well as Mr. Truly, who I was so curious. Just a response on that, because by law, I would, I dropped legislation to adopt more facilities as it was indicated in the report, but it's gonna be more so chapters. It's just to hear your thoughts on that, Shashay, when you have it for.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And I was commissioning that. I can't wait. I just feel that I actively appreciate the people. Chair, but he's no. She get no children. It's the I need a RFP. Close it. Yeah. That is an issue. Very management. That's the 역시 아구야한 미치죠. 아니 이 실반다 이 니들 그 last thing is in the 90 vehicles, and that was speakers, and then the vice presidents, as well as 47 police units that'll be being replaced here. As I estimate in the next month or so, depending on the vendor, yeah, that would mean shit to be ko sao quit da shi da in that one day shi da other honey big. So now what you do a way and they're outfitted with heavy duty shocks, four springs that and yeah, out of the plate now in the evil engine skin plate either by a larger set straight that is she not a zero she how she is when that is well she may is yan da istiyor içeri bana hido ben speaker o arında vice president sayıyor şey acı or she called Mr. Holian a she report that we felt written report that each of the has meal. I didn't see air transportation. Could you chip not on back because Anju now nation ya Anju Sato your ya meeting with Phoenix that without now training, not just to a auto escape to the Phoenix, the children down there. So each not a seats in another year. To acquisition now the president of Sato Yo, President that you that Ned now, or could you pay that? Ako eventane childrenka with sitting hard on the ocean and on the behind on Sagi a no keep the service probably we got to be although that goes and the aviation now a transportation you a now not idea de kuchibo airport hayan jo e ana hasla runway and creation the better national hado a stega in to a atina hasla for RJ employees a bus maintenance a lighting detection sensor go light bulb changing by with related like 90 so $5 stored on geocaching, it's adding stadia, your guidance. For a guy's agony, it's on that the common even not on the agile. Auto chipnut, Ana Zinagunega. At the PIA, I children for a day, Saki, it's hanging as me. I don't say they call the entire show. But what I would see, Auto, I had an idea about it because not hardly dislocated and basically agile. That's agile nature, so some light service, a rest area for staff there and our responders right now. Those and then ambulance, air ambulance safety and medical transport. The many of should be now, there should be autos all the time. Yeah, baseline thing, it's actually going back in the ARG, yeah, and then go. Look, non dico, she was idea, the should chain, I didn't see. I should probably, he's delegated, but the position's vacant in India. He's delegated right now, only in delegated capacity, he's not appointed as active. If he's acting, then he's able to draw on the salary. Right now, he's just delegated in that position. Or you, check the shishim on with it. It's now, delegation, ishla aja. Again, so she aja. Feels enough confidence to apply for the position. Of course, he's welcome to do that as well, but right now, he's just delegated in that position. Side lunch, I will just to add on, we preserved all of our positions. So that I was layout that seven hundred and she for the that evening. But we're able to get heat for the division or budget and then heat being no matter if our operations are low, let's preserve our employees and initiating 100%. Based on that, And you can see that in several of the other programs, we've actually used some of our general fund and IDC and moved it over to other programs that needed them and the design change media. So that you see the time you for facility maintenance, it should is for a so hard that the unmet needs your KDH, if one that all national, even the opportunity that.
Obviously, the gaps, say, the time that's how they things like that. Auto chair colleagues, that includes the remarks from the initial set of questions and comments that we sent for the all of us. Thank you.
Chair, thank you, for that. Is, fleet management program manager here? If we can come up, Mr. Holion? I have several questions for you regarding your budget. That I'd like to hear from you. As the fleet manager. So under your. Business unit number 812003. Which is your proprietary internal service. You have 14 million dollar amount. And then you have supplies in there for 8 million, a difference of 600,000. So when I look at your budget form 4, can you tell me your books, some kind of subscription is at 17,000. What books are you purchasing to get that dollar amount? And then my next question is, can we take that? Can we make an amendment to delete that? To put it into the other supplies? Which I assume you use more than is needed for employees. Because your medical supplies, you only have $500. And then for your postage and shipping, we only have $1,200. I don't know where the uniforms stand for your staff, but you only have 6,000. I'm just puzzled by the books. And subscription. At this point. If you can answer my question on that, that will be very helpful. Next one is risk management program. Do you have the program manager here?
Yeah,
I can.
yeah, instead.
Who?
It's 14 that.
Oh, Miss Deadman, if you can come up as well. And then for yours, is the exact same question that I have. Which is business unit number 812005, internal service fund. And in that fund, you have 21 million. And you have under supplies. There's a big difference of 94,000. And then your contractual service, but in yours. In your budget form 4. You have operating supplies. And then you also have the same thing as risk fleet. As books and subscription. And yours is 210,000. And so what kind of books are you guys ordering for? What kind of books do you guys need that is required to have that big dollar amount? And is it okay that we delete this dollar amount and put it in other supplies that is needed where there is less dollar amount under supplies? I believe that, staff have come and asked, you know, we have hand-me-down equipment, office equipments. And we haven't received any new equipments, for quite some time. But I'm still puzzled that you have $210,000 for books. So I'd like to hear a response from you. And if you guys would like to not delete it, then I'd like to get some wording from you on the book titles and the cost breakdown of the books that you guys are getting. That way we can insert it in here on budget form 4. That way we know what kind of books you are ordering. If you guys don't want to if you guys don't want to delete the dollar amount. I think at this point, that's the reason for this budget form 4. And it's titled as detailed budget and justification. So we have all that space there to indicate what kind of books you're receiving, the titles of the books that you are receiving, the quantity of the books that you are receiving. Because when I go back to your guys' listing, and that with your like for risk management, I only see 15 employees. So I would assume that you're getting only 15 books. So that, then when I do the math, it's like, with the $210,000. All 15, well, not all 15, you have, I guess. 11, because you have 4 that are vacant. So you only have 11 employees, so my math's gonna be off on that one here. But. That's a lot of books that you're gonna only purchase for 11 staff in your department. And so that's why I'm asking, I really want to hear from you guys on what your thoughts are, and then to go into more detail. On your budget form 4. And if I can get some wording, I would like to make those amendments and if you can tell us why you would need it, or why we shouldn't do them. So yeah, so we'll start with that. That was my question, pertaining to those two. And committee members, are there any other questions, comments? If none, Honorable Dr. Nace.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for those questions, and I can see the 2 appropriate staff who are here to address them. Also, Director Gail, I did ask 2 questions that were answered. The first one was regarding your business unit 112010 and 112013, regarding your proprietary funds, and then we as a committee would receive that information. I also addressed the disability legislation and your thoughts on that. So I'll return it back to you to address those follow-ups as well as share your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, I don't know, you should go, it's not a weekend, so to go back to Honorable Nance's questions there, my apologies, 112001 for 112010 and 112013. Those business units, with respect to records management and the employee housing program. Of course, records management deal with all records duplication services over at San Benito. They are currently have a few employees. I'm not sure what specific question was asked about that, but they do have a separate proprietary fund budget as well under duplicating services. And I think there's now that were there as well with 112013 employee housing. A lot of that covers personnel expenses for our employees there. And then they also have a proprietary account for their supplies. to buy materials for home renovation, repairs, fixtures, those type of things is where that allocation comes from. So most of our business units have a combination budget general fund, and then they have a proprietary side as well. So that's what takes care of that. With the ADA, I know we've been going back and forth. After some time, it just kind of just floated out there and nobody really responded, but I have been having conversations with Mr. Toohey. And I think we both agree that we're open to that idea of having ADA compliance at our chapter houses. It's needed. If there's a realized savings, we would like to really pursue that avenue and assist the chapters. We know chapters are having difficult times. I speak personally, White chapter, there's 6 different elevations to get inside the meeting hall. And makes it difficult for people in wheelchairs or crutches or people with disabilities to actually move through our chapter house. So those type of things would actually benefit a lot of our communities, and I think we're okay with that as well, since we've realized the cost savings to that. So and then to should say Mitch James, Honorable James's question about fleet management and risk management. Lately, software has been very interesting. We all know MS365 is on a subscription
Point of
service.
order,
Sorry,
Chanel, my point of order is going to be that I want to hear from the program manager. Then so.
I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Honorable Chair Carey. The line item that we're talking about for the subscription and books are actually subscriptions for GM software, Ford software, Dodge Chrysler software. They're actually to do programmed vehicles, all the vehicles that you'll know that there are all kinds of sensors in them. And instead of taking them back to the dealership, get that reprogrammed, we're buying the programs ourselves in the books. A lot of the books are dedicated to the repairs of the new vehicle itself. So right now, we have 5 agencies and we try to provide all of them with these subscription fees to GM, to Ford, to Chrysler, and stuff like that. Sometimes this would cost, say, we'll just buy a subscription for a couple of days, 3 days, just to reprogram the vehicle and then not do the subscription again. So that's why we'll have that folks and subscription in that particular line. And thank you, Chair Jones.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mitch James Committee. In response to the question on the risk management subscription. Unlike fleet management, it's similar. It's a claims management software. And that's what we maintain in the office to support our claims system. So it's really a claims management system that we have under the subscription.
Thank you for the responses. So I think, as my agent, I'm gonna go back to you to address the language part of it. So the question was, clarify what the books are, if there's language that needs to be in there, then what is that language? So we can make that amendment today. Since it sounds like you're requesting to keep that in there as far as the funding.
Thank you, Jake. So the language what we could use is exactly what the presenters provided back and put it in the description box under LOD4 and then use that same language. I'll have them develop a language and we can shoot it over and then use that language. It'll probably be similar to claims management subscription, and then vehicle maintenance repair subscriptions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chase. So with that, I will refer to Chair, on that, I don't know how much time you would need to propose that. And if that's the wish of, the proposed amendment, we haven't made a motion yet, but, in the event that that motion is considered, then we can certainly work with that chair and then, get that to Mr. Stan. Chair.
Thank you again for the response. To that, Honorable Batanej, Shannon, Division Director Dell, Program Manager, there you go, Mr. Holion, and then also Ms. Stedman. I will come back to my questions, but I apologize, sister, I did skip you last one. So let me come to you first, then I'll come back to myself for a responsible follow-up. Honorable Holion, begin.
Oh, it has the hours for your report, and then your staff are bringing this budget before us. Actually, o luce. Aiuta così. E quindi non anche che alla fine non arrivata. So, tanto va bene. I have what I have to show I have I don't go. So I started to have to okay then did those cases. Well, I shared to them that if she put out for that, then she not to teacher my student. I'll another thing that really comes to my mind at this time is chapters. Chapter houses, one else in the book. This is not the whole, it's probably not affecting the whole 110 chapters, but certain ones, in the senior centers. Go, the veterans. Building should they have any kind, or get insurance that now. Ako ay laban na halik ay laban na dapat nila so kunsen. Na ito dapat ni kunsen to pinay dapat siya. Ako ang dahil they family gatherings and things like that. Ni ho ay dapat nila ako. So it's mainly focused on our senior centers and our veterans that are being told that alcohol, and the other programs that are coming in to network with their chapters, build that community. Sometimes they're even told that even though they're just probably there for about 4 hours or 5 hours about if that's the case, maybe, we should have a budget for it that way, that covers all the whole nation. Want a senior center to come in and do that, because some senior centers are very small, so they rely on the chapters. Or the chapter house, even on top, other veterans go on not. 110 chapters have veterans going. So they need the chapter houses. So when that meeting see that there. Aqua AD on side care, so we should really honor our elders and our veterans and for. For that be no, the whole time that you. The church is what the Nasa meetings down at. Child or the meetings down the veterans thing. I've seen it, I have photos of it. Even addition, I look in the since we're talking about budget, maybe we could. Put it under unmet needs or something and put it in here. That way, we're not doing that, our seniors into our veterans. I like to bring that out on the floor, so this is what, we've been hearing about this. And I'm not here at our HESI meetings, so that's the reason why I want to bring this out, thank you, Chair.
Again, thank you, Chabit, for that. So with that, let me ask a real quick follow-up question. Since I got the information from you, I don't think I need wording from you, but I'm gonna go ahead and follow the bin booklet. And the bin booklet on page 50. Since both of you guys said it's for software. It has the non-cap computer software. And the object number is 4440. So that's what I will use to delete your books on your detailed budget forms. Because it's for software, that's what you guys told me and the rest. So in the bin booklet, it already specifies a title and then the object code. So are you okay with me utilizing what's in the bin booklet? Since both of you guys have indicated software. So with that, that will be my committee members. Are there any other questions? With that, Vice Chair?
Well, I guess my clarification would just be, what is the difference? Maybe between software and subscription, are you using it two separate things, are they two separate things, or are they synonymous, are they the same thing? Cause I'm familiar with like. I understand the software, like all data, right, all data is for, you have to buy it per car, I believe, per make and model, it's not like a Chevy. All data for all Chevy, it's like for the truck, for the SUV, for each model, make and model is how that goes. I understand that piece, so I'm just, just so that you have the correct wording. I would just need help understanding the difference between subscription and software, or is it one and the same? Thank you.
So with that, committee members, are there any other additional questions? With that, let me go back to co-sponsored delegate Dr. Nis.
Yes, thank you for that. So I'll defer it to Division Director Dale, but also your staff here who made the initial remarks if they can also put that great.
Thank you, Sharon. I will defer to Mr. Holion and his dad, they can explain that. But I think before I turn forward, the answer or the question from Sharon, Honorable Simonson, it's like buying a New York Times subscription. To gain access to read all the articles or to maneuver within the website. The software is a cloud-based software. In order to use that cloud-based access, you need to subscribe to that service. So it's technically, it's a subscription to a cloud-based service. There's no software that's purchased. The installation, the data transition, that happened through a contract. With guidance from the controller's office, this is a subscription, it's on the invoice, and that's how the budgets have been developed. So real quickly on that one, but I'll defer to Mr. Holion for a response on that.
To answer the question for Honorable Simonson and Honorable James. We do have the software that we do buy. And like, I'm sorry. We do have the software. And that's in a different line item that we purchase every year to renew that software. Just like, Mr. Gale was saying that in order to get more information on that particular vehicle, we subscribe to that, software. That's why it's written in that manner on each of the vehicles that we have. Especially if we have a lot of vehicles we have now. There's more electronic devices on these vehicles, and that's why they need more information. As you're well aware, we've kind of put more money into our training for our employees as well too, and how to maneuver, engage in. Getting information from software itself. Through a subscription. Thank you, I'm signing some Honorable James.
Thank you. And about the same too, it is, we already have the software, and it's just using the system to maintain the claim system in the cloud, so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So when you conclude your comments, just it's a little. But thank you, that concludes the responses from the team. Chair.
Again, thank you, for that again, so with that. I would like to do another follow-up, I'm trying to figure out the wording that we could use. In this detailed budget form for. And so. The way now you guys have moved from software to now clouds. So shouldn't the wording be clouds based? The price of the subscription. Times how many vehicles you have. That's what you call a detailed budget. And that would be the same thing for risk management. So at this point, if you're yours should read something as the cloud-based system. Database, I don't know how many files you have or times how many it costs the subscription. I'm trying to find the wording, I'm not picking on you guys, I'm just trying to find the correct wording. On how you should be utilizing this money. Because when you look at it from this perspective, it's all under supplies. And supplies is just all general at this point. And then so that's where I'm very concerned at the same time. I'm concerned that staff have brought up concerns regarding furnitures, equipments, updated equipments. Supplies, especially at fleet, your medical supplies, sometimes we have to buy our own Band-Aids. Sometimes we have to buy our own little cream. Those kinds of things is what is brought up. Sometimes we have to buy our own uniforms. So that's why I'm trying to have you guys help me detail the wording. That way, when your staff come and bring up these concerns, I can show them this budget and say, this is where most of your supplies money is going. And so that helps me in a way to relay the information back to your staff. Because there's other supplies that they talk about that they say they don't have. So ADA, so that's why I'm trying to figure out the wording, don't think I'm picking on you or anything like that, but I'm just trying to find the correct wording. For you guys to spend this dollar amount. So ADA, whatever, I don't know if we're gonna. Find another wording because we want from books to software to clouds now. So I need your guidance on how wording should be to make that amendment here. But I thought I would go in an easier route going using the benefit for it. I don't know if there's a section that talks about clouds. I don't recall reading anything about clouds in the benefit. Sure, so with that, honorable folk.
Sure, can you give them 5 minutes and then go on to work? If the quality is recommendation. We can try together and. Go out and then what else we can use their money. Special. It's okay, but.
Yeah, so there has been a question from Honorable Toth. Co-sponsored Dr. Nance, if your agent would like to recess 5-10 minutes to figure out the language.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So if the committee wishes then to recess, whatever the convening is, I would just like that to be relayed to the committee on how and what the discussion was like. If that's, if you want to recess. 10 minutes. Okay, I have no issues with that, but again, my request would just be to provide a detail what the discussions like to get to the point of what you're currently responding to the committee about.
Schneider, Mr. Depp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's gonna take 6 words, 4 words for risk management, or yeah, 4 words for fleet management, 2 words for risk management. And we're gonna change it in the budget form. For fleet management, there will be online repair manual subscription. And then for risk management, it will be the claims management subscription. I think that will tie that into that particular item.
Alright, so with that, since it's just simple, I don't, you've already figured it out, so I don't think we need to go to. the reasons, yeah. So with that, I'd like to give the gavel over to Vice Chair. So I can move forward with, my amendment.
Okay.
Vice Chair, the gavel is yours.
Thank you, James, and I'll go ahead and,
Binder, we don't need an amendment, we don't need an amendment. For legislation.
So she will make a change in this, so we don't need a motion. Okay. But you put it down there.
My own notes.
Yeah, okay.
But not enough.
Mr. Nolan? You take the gavel.
Sure, if any, changes are, done, modifications in the budget language, then if those, forms, the budget forms could be, emailed. And then we'll put it, we'll indicate that, we'll put it in the, budget binder attached to the legislation for because of their.
Alright, so I guess in this case, the question will be when can you email the updated budget?
I think what's in our word has fleets.
Mr. Dash, no?
Thank you, Charlotte, I'm sure, Mr. Yagi has fleet manager's electronic version, and you can email it right away. For risk management, I think it may take 10 or 15 minutes, but we can get it for the end of the day today. Right now, okay.
Alright, so with that, I will take the gavel back, like I said earlier, and we'll just move forward and we'll wait for their updated budget form 4. Before it over to Mr. Nolan. So with that, we'll go that route. And so with that, committee members, are there any other additional questions, comments? If there is none, no other additional comments, I'd like before Ms. Helena Nesbitt leads. If we can vote on legislation number 0141-25. Going once, going 2 times, going 3 times. With that, Honorable Helena Nesbitt, how do you vote? 3. Honorable Unito? 3. Honorable Unito? 3. Honorable Toth? Honorable Martinez? Honorable Vice Chair? 3. Okay, so with that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting, and that is chair. So again, congratulations, Division of General Service. On your budget, legislation number 0141-25, and it moves forward to Budget and Finance Committee. We plan to do it Tuesday, but just keep Tuesday and Wednesday open for the Budget and Finance. That would be next Tuesday and Wednesday. So 8 AM with that, so congratulations, thank you, and we'll see you guys next Tuesday or Wednesday.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So with that, moving on to item number 8, close of the meeting, announcement, adjournment, Wednesday, July 2nd, 9 AM is Hess's special meeting. Monday, July 7th, 10 AM. No. Yeah, Monday, July 7th, 10 AM, Hess's special meeting. In lieu of July 21st. Monday, July 14th, 10 AM, Hesse regular meeting. Alright, Raymond School Board. Monday, July 21st, 10 AM, now Nation Council Summer Session. Monday, July 28th, 10 AM, HESI regular meeting. So with that, committee members, can I have a motion to adjourn here at 2:02? Motion made by Jermaine Stevenson, second by, or announcement. Chair, I'm sorry, honorable told. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and honor that announcement request. So with that, and I'm Mr. Young, Jeff, Tom, for announcement. Okay, we're under announcement.
Okay, I can't,
Maybe the big chief.
How many years these?
again, we don't, it's not possibly, don't. That's we don't, I don't, on manufacture. Ocean five, the one, maybe. We're not, I go, I react and form. Hey, I should, now, could you, what, I have to one, two, next one. I mean, the, when you're resource center, and that is all. They around the other city and now. I think it shows again, and James, another time, when he sat down, of course, the conjunction, I could have meant the issue. It's not so. What get paid up? Yeah. The way that I face about me, all kids, how do you kids? Guess I was in the young man, that what do you get? I don't know. How come the also the legislation? Yeah, you're right. I'm not making it. That's all the same day. For now, I get the dog. He said, "I'm doing that." Okay, so he is all a mental before that. I was just wondering that they are the ones that they are happy for that project. But they don't come mental. They don't face it that. Here, I don't know. I'm not being so. I didn't have all the copies according to the oh, I'm not agency council engaged. We support the make sure we work. Oh, I got my sister. It's a sweet out CD good. And why? Well, the other by Shaw. I didn't understand. I'm sure. Then, so you're young honey. How can education? We shut up my yes. Maybe not for maybe not for feel. If I can be you. I'm back to that. It's for dedicated again to the other you and you have your maybe you have your meeting there. You have the big one, sit down with us for 2.5 instead of New Mexico, then probably not vehicle. We should be getting about 12.5 who have worked for school without the I think I'm fit that not vehicle either. The education that they have. I don't cut out here. Can't pay one, I don't know. So they can understand there. Other sounding of thing, I really appreciate all the agency that vice chair, all the speaker, that's going to be 4 days. So now the chamber, really, or cash, done, but I did, I know that 800. So, I just say, she can't be here, I used to get some of that. Only, because I don't know. What, the name, I didn't get 3 weeks ago. Machine or name or leadership, they don't just keep attending. They don't find on the whole. I have nothing to do. I don't want, I can't talk about. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you. So with that, are there any other announcements? Committee members, if there is none, announcement, honorable Yukito?
That Monday, you had that meeting over at the neck hole, last week.
Yes.
The veteran. The Trinity area, I think he requested a meeting with the president. Remember the marching, veterans, is that still going on Monday? Over in Finley?
They should change the
Teaching leave.
Okay. Well, there was like a subpoena, you read to the president, he's not showing up, that's the, order.
The veterans that they're gonna try to meet the president on their own. Because I think, or they said, they gave them a date, they're gonna be given a date to meet. So they're gonna try that. Then I guess that doesn't work. Don't know, he's gonna do subpoena. For the veteran.
You get in tie. So the Chinle Agency, veterans organization said that. They will meet, or president have reached out to them and set a date to meet with them. And so that's this coming Saturday, I think it was. And so they wanted to take on that opportunity to meet with president. And see if he's really still standing by his words to meet with the veterans. So if not A, potato A, we'll move on with what we can do. Any other? Are there any other announcements? Committee members? If there's none, I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn at 2:08. Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson to adjourn at 2:08 P.M. Do I have a second? Second by Honorable George Toll. So with that, Honorable, any questions? With that, Honorable Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Toll? Good. Honorable Baltanez? Good. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson?
Green.
So with that, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting, and that is myself and Honorable Baltanez. And thank you very much, and we pass all the 5 legislations. We just don't know how veterans is going to move forward at this point. The last that they informed us yesterday is that they were awaiting OMB to do their form, so I'm not sure how veterans are going to move forward, so. So we'll see, so we still have to drop legislation, and then we still have to do the 5-day comment period. Tomorrow's meeting, hey, we don't need it, so, yeah, we don't have a meeting tomorrow. So. No, the EFT is
There's
tomorrow.
The budget. Bring the budget, legislative and executive.
Tomorrow and
Afternoon,
Thursday.
and then it continues to Thursday.
Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday is a special number EFT.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So 8 AM with that,
You folks that they're not gonna be around.
so Hesse will not be meeting tomorrow, but we do have Melody tomorrow. I believe it's at 10.
That's one.
What, is it 1?
One.
Okay, 1.
Nine.
Which one? Is it 9? I don't know what time it is. Tomorrow at 1? For sure, both days at 1.
But
Okay,
there's one, now be special meeting for 9 Thursday.
And come to what side? Agenda.
Can we get proper dates, please? Who's from speaker's office?
speaker,
The website should have the agenda.
speaker's office.
According to what Melissa sent out, tomorrow is supposed to be day 1 of Melby budget meeting, and that's to be starting at 1 o'clock. Day 2 is going to be on
Nine to what?
Thursday, and that is gonna be starting at 9 to 9.
So tomorrow at 1 PM, Thursday at 9 AM. Special Melody. Thank you very much.
I have a question for Mary. Do you know if all the budget forms are just?
Budget
Have they been delivered for tomorrow?
For legislative and executive, so, let me double check.
Okay.
My understanding, I thought they were all updated, but I'll double check.
Okay.
The speaker.
She said to you.